First of all, thank you very, very much for being here today. You know, both Antonio and I, we are truly excited to be here, because this was something that we were envisioning since last year. You know, when we saw all this massive explosion of generative AI and AI becoming so mainstream with, I would say, a massive impact to all of us. So we decided really to put an effort to do something on that. And this is, I would say, our first masterclass that we want really to share, but also to listen from you, to work together and to build what I said. One of the key things that we want here is to build a community, because we truly believe that the impact of artificial intelligence in our work and our lives will be really relevant, and we need to work together and see how we can, you know, prepare ourselves and prepare our community better to that. Antonio, do you want to say something before we kick off?
Well, the same, Ricardo. I think we're very much aligned on the vision, and this is not just a show of two of us sharing what we know, what we've learned, but I think this is a community. One of the first time, I think, the people working in project management where we can take the lead, not being followers, but leaders. And that's what makes me very excited when you see so many friends on the call, people that know a lot. And I think we can shape a bit the future of AI in project management and take the benefits. There will be challenges, but together we can solve them too. So I think we're at the beginning, you know, where, you know, this S-curve as well from our friend Whitney Johnson. We are at the bottom, at the beginning of the S. I think this can accelerate even this community, this topic, and we've seen that as a huge opportunity, despite what people say and people are afraid. I think on the contrary, both Ricardo and I, we are super positive, and I'm glad to see that all of you have joined. It's not easy to take time off work and busy lives. So this, we care a lot, and we put together the best we could in the program. There will be room for improvement for sure, but we will appreciate your feedback, your contribution. You might know a bit more in some areas. All this is very much welcome.
Fantastic. So let me start here, because one thing we were discussing, we have so many things to share that, you know, we don't know even how to pack everything. So I want just to start with you first. Of course, we already did that. So to welcome all of you to this class, we are really excited to do this. And our objective, it's very important for you to understand. It's first, it's to enhance your expertise and find your skills in AI-driven project management and how to use AI, and understand how AI will influence our profession, and identify the stages of AI lifecycle, master some practical applications. So on part 3 of today, part 3 of the masterclass, I will talk really about some practical applications. And for me, the most important, it's to network with like-minded students. For example, what we want during the exercise, we will put all of you every time in different groups, in different rooms. It's an opportunity for you to connect to people. You know, to connect to people, to know, because I'm sure if you are attending here, it's because you truly believe this is an important topic. And with the LinkedIn group, we want to really start to create this movement, because I honestly still believe that we still have I would say some long way to go. Many people still think that AI is something that, you know, okay, it's like everything else, it will fade tomorrow, it will have no impact. And we truly believe that this is not true, and this will not happen, that AI is here to stay and to impact a lot in everything we do. Some really housekeeping notes here. Be punctual. I am paranoid about time, okay? So we will do our best to start on time, Okay, so please be mindful. We'll do around 11 a.m. Eastern time, a 10-minute break, okay, where you can grab a coffee, you can use the restroom. One thing that I would really ask you to do is turn on your camera, okay? Sharing your camera will help people to identify, to connect with you. We know that it's always a challenge. It's always a challenge for us. Sometimes we don't want, or we don't want to appear, but it's truly important for us, okay? Because it's not just a listening activity, okay? Another thing I want, it's having your phones in hand, because we will do some QR code scanning, and I need you to scan the codes to answer some of the pool questions we'll present here. Also, keep your microphone muted all the time, unless you are speaking, because sometimes there's a dog barking in the back, and some of you are at home like myself. So please just keep your phone muted until you have a question, or we put you to speak, and then we will unmute you. Okay. Use the raise hand feature. On the bottom, there is a button called reaction. If you want to ask a question, just raise your hand there. We will see, and as soon as we have the time, we will allow you to ask your question, okay? When speaking, and I know we have people from people that like to speak less, that people like to speak more, but when speaking, really, you can express yourself the way you want, okay? The way you want. The only thing I ask you is to respect others' time. So sometimes people start speaking and it takes long, and we don't have, I would say, a lot of time. So just be direct to your point, to your question, your comment. If you agree, if you disagree, it's very, very important. And anything else you want, informal, just like you are doing, use the chat. Use the chat among yourselves, and to send individual messages if you want to connect to someone. It's absolutely up to you. The chat is, I would say, an available tool for you to do whatever you want here in the course, okay? One important thing, we will have two extremely relevant guests, okay? One is today, is Vicente. Vicente lives in the Silicon Valley, and he worked for WhatsApp, for LinkedIn, for Uber, and he works directly in technology, and he's at the heart of what is happening now with AI. He's at the heart, absolutely. He will spend half an hour close to the end of this session with us, sharing his view as someone that is seeing that happening, all the boom in the valley, all the investments, all the movement, and maybe he will share with us some aspects that we have not thought about. And Antonio, maybe you want just to introduce Mark.
Yeah, Mark is a good friend of us. We teach together in Halt Business School, and it's somebody, I think probably one of the first one I've ever heard talking about artificial intelligence. He has been recognized by Thinkers 50. He has several books which are bestsellers. He has published more than 100 articles. One of the one I like most is the AI Republic, and he's going to join us second day. We'll give you the timing right now, but he's joining us from South Korea, and you'll see he knows about this topic. He is really somebody that is a reference in this space. He speaks always in big forums like Peter Drucker Forum, World Economic Forum. So we asked him if he could come and share his views, but also interact and answer questions. He knows that we're working on project management, so we can tackle discussions around AI projects too, so he can bring the big picture, but also the details. So very excited to have both Vicente and Mark with us in this masterclass.
And I have one ask for you, operational. We were discussing, Antonio, because Vicente is in Palo Alto. So we put him on the latest possible time because of the time difference. And Mark is in South Korea. And so what we want to check with you, it's Antonio and I, we want to see if anyone, if everybody is okay with that. Next week, instead of having 4 hours of masterclass from 9 to 1, we'll have 5 hours. Starting at 8, 1 hour, we'll start next week, 1 hour earlier. And this beginning will be with Mark Esposito, because then he will suffer a little bit less with the time difference. So the idea, it will not, we are not changing anything. We're just adding this to you. So between 8 and 9, he will do that. And then we'll go up to, we'll go normally
normal time.
1 p.m. Okay. So
and we're going to record it in case you cannot make that hour. We'll record it. Right?
Yeah. We will do that. And this means that our agenda will be covering 3 topics today. Out of the 6, we'll cover embracing AI with me leading and Antonio supporting, then AI project lifecycle with Antonio and I supporting, optimizing AI tools and techniques with myself again. And on day 2, it's Antonio on the challenges, myself on case studies, and Antonio and in the future. Okay, so this is, it doesn't mean that I will be speaking and Antonio will be on mute, but each of us will lead one of the sections. And this is how our agenda looks like. So we'll are starting now, and we are planning to wrap up this time is not European, because I did that. I put this in my time. So this is UK time, okay? Sorry for that. So we'll do that. So it's basically what is the plan. And remember, next week, instead of 4 hours, we are planning to have this keynote with Mark Esposito at the very beginning of next week. And I really encourage you to not miss it, because it's a fantastic opportunity for you to have an insight from someone that is not exactly in our business, okay? One more thing, certificate. APMG will provide all of you with the certificate. At the end of the class today, I will share with you a QR code, and you need to fill that form and give the consent. Because of GDPR, you need to give the consent. I cannot send your names and your emails to APMG. You need to give the consent for that. So I will send to you the QR code where you put your name, your email, and give the consent to that. So you will see this at the end of the class today. So then APMG will send to you the certificate on that, okay? So with that, let's start, okay? Let's start. So what we want now to talk here on this part is understand a little bit of what is happening, okay? And I want to give you a 101 class of artificial intelligence, because what I hear is that people talk a lot about AI. Oh, AI this, AI that, but do people really know what we are talking about? And then what I want to go a little bit deeper. Again, this is not a class for programmers. It's not a class for IT professional, but it's something like you need to understand what is deep learning. You need to understand what is the reason of generative AI. What is a large language model? Because if you don't understand that, you don't understand what is behind, for example, ChatGPT. You don't understand what is behind a neural tool. And this is exactly what I aim to align with you today in this part. But let's start with this. Every time I talk about AI, I show this. If you watch it, any presentation, I show this. The Pope with this jacket, President Trump, Hillary Clinton, Will Smith giving a stab on Chris Rock at the Oscar. All of this, they were so disruptive in January because they brought something. these are not Photoshop. These are not a photo that you adapt, that you change the face and this. No, no. None of these images never existed as these ones. Can you believe? These three people, they don't exist. They don't exist. There is no one. They were 100% generated by AI. 100. This is not someone that you make look the hair change. No, no. These three individuals, they just don't exist. They were created by artificial intelligence. For example, when you hear this music, and take a look on this music. Take a look on this music. This is a music that's attributed to Jay-Z, but it's not Jay-Z. This is a music 100% created by AI. And this is what we see today. For those who are in Brazil, I don't know if you are aware, but yesterday, Volkswagen released a video to promote 70 years of one of the cars that they have in Brazil. It's called Kombi. It's like a van. And they recreated a video with one of the most famous singers in Brazil, Elis Regina, with her daughter, singing together in the car. And Elis Regina passed away more than 30 years ago. They created everything by artificial intelligence. And this video hit millions of views. All of those in Brazil know what I'm talking about because it was in all newspapers. And then, of course, a lot of people saying, what a magic video. And a lot of people saying, should we do that? Should we recreate someone that does not exist anymore? Who approved that? And, you know, all the polemics that we will discuss later on this. One thing I love also saying, in my lifetime, I have seen two demonstrations of technology. The first one in 80, when I was introduced to the graphical interface, and the second one was last year. And I was not the one who said this. This was said by Bill Gates in the Gates note in March this year. So I'm talking about someone that is deeply inside the tech. The second one, I have said it before, AI is one of the most profound things we are working on as humanity. It's more profound than fire or electricity or any other big thing we have worked on. This is such a bold thing. And who said this? Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google at Davos. And I need to tell you, I was so scared about this statement that, you know, thinking about fake news, I went to the World Economic Forum and I look at that video. And this is the video.
I've said this before, AI is one of the most profound things we are working on as humanity. It's more profound than fire or electricity or any of the other bigger things we have worked on.
It's bold, right? It's bold. But at the same time, I know probably how you feel, because I feel the same. Everything on this AI movement that Antonio and I are trying was created exactly because of what is going on, how these will affect. Are we missing this? Because look, fear is a natural feeling, and it's an instinct of self-preservation. And when someone say something like that, it's so bold that it scares us. And this made me think about for me, one of the saddest images I have seen, and this image goes back to December 26, 2004, when the tsunami hit Southeast Asia. And I don't know if you know, but before a tsunami comes, what happens is the water, it's something like there is a drainage in the beaches. So it means if the beach is this long, it becomes so a lot of parts with water, they just disappear before the waves come. and it's a magic, and you can see, I look at for this image, and it's true. You can see people playing around. Did you see with, I would say, looking, because stones, fishes, they all appear. But when you look in the back, what is happening? And this is, for me, one of the things that I want to start this masterclass with. It's, if there is a tsunami coming, today, many people are seeing this as, you know, this beautiful beach that appears suddenly, but they don't see that there is a massive wave coming in the back. And this is why it's so important. And so what Antonio and I decided, and I'm talking on your behalf here, Antonio, we decided, you know, let's take our boats and let's go to the ocean and let's try to meet this tsunami, not on the coast where the waves will, you know, destroy everything. But if we meet it before, we can understand how it will behave, and we can prepare ourselves much more, okay, to benefit from that and to avoid any damages out of that. And this drives me to this comment. This is a report from Goldman Sachs from March 26. And look, only the thing in yellow. Generative AI could substitute up to 1/4 of the current workforce. We are talking about 300 million employees. This is the report. There is a QR code just behind me. This QR code, you will receive this. Don't worry, you will receive. But this QR code, you can read this article because it's scary, right? And this is what.
Ricardo, maybe just that I was reading the other day on CNN that one of the industries that is heavily impacted by AI, it's the tech companies, actually, that they're starting to lay off people because they are sensing that this is going to hit. So the people who are developing this technology are noticing that it's going to impact them themselves. And I thought that how crazy is that, right?
They are building something that may put them at risk. Yeah,
it's crazy. Yeah, sorry.
No, perfect. And this was, I would say, one of the roots of our article that kick off everything. So this article that we published at the beginning of February, where we said, okay, AI will have massive transformations. I don't want to go to each of them because this is not, we did masterclass on that, but project management will be disrupted in so many aspects. It can be on portfolio selection and prioritization. I'll talk more about that on part 3. Support the project management office, improve planning and reporting. I will do with you today some parts of the planning using ChatGPT live with you here. And you will see that the result, the first time I did, when I finished, I said, oh my God, what is that? Because you will see how even scary is what you will see. And instead of showing a video, I will do it with you later today, okay? And of course, virtual assistant, advanced testing and system, new role for the project manager, and how, and this will be a lot of what we'll discuss next week. What will be our role as a project manager? So what I want to start now with you with our first pool, okay? Our first pool, and this first pool, I want to ask you to do one thing. I want you to go on this QR code, or if you don't want to use the QR code, go to menti.com and put this code 27508597. Yeah, Juliana, it will be, it's already recorded, and the slide deck will be shared with all of you at the end of, I will share, maybe we'll find a way of sharing with you at the end of today, but at the end of the course, you will have access to a page where you can download everything we'll discuss, okay? So what I want now, let's go here and let's see what we can see. Look, this is the sentiment. Please, we're still missing some people. 33 people already replied, 34. If you miss, look, join menti.com and use this code 27508597. 52, 57, 58, we're almost done. Yeah, we're almost done. 61. Okay, so this is very interesting. I did this, I would say, a few times, and usually, what I see is my current job is a little bit lower, business in the middle, and society higher. And here there is a flip on that. So you feel that your current job is at risk. Okay, it means it's a good point. I would say you are not completely scared, but you see a big challenge. One thing that surprised me is that you see this and the business you see in a lower risk than your current job. Okay, and all of you, and this is everywhere. This is everywhere. I did this poll something like 5-6 times. All of them, the society is always, yes, because the change we will see in society is massive, right? It's massive. But it's just for you to feel. And what I want just you to think now with yourself, it's compare your score, your personal score, with this score as a group. Next week, we have some good news. Antonio and I will share also with you some of the preliminary results of our research that we just closed. And then we can compare this with this year. We can compare and try to understand a little bit more what is happening. But now, let's go to some basic concepts. So what I want now to ask you, it's please now go with me and let's try to understand some really basic concepts of when I talk deep learning, when I talk machine learning. What is this and what is the difference? Why late last year, AI did such a big transformation? So what happened? So let's try to understand this a little bit more on these basic concepts. First thing, AI is not machine learning, okay? AI is a field of study, okay? Inside computer system that is based on what? Is based on trying to use a computer to work in something that would require human intelligence. And machine learning is one of the subsets. So the best way to do that, let me show you to you here. Take a look on this. This big box is AI. This is the discipline. This is machine learning. And what is here? What else is here? Fuzzy logic, other, for example, metaverse, augmented reality. They are, I would say, in some ways relatives, but they are not the same. So machine learning is part of AI, but there are many other things on AI that are not related to machine learning. It's very important to understand this. Why we need to understand this? Because what happens, it's in the past, if we go back in time, for us to identify anything, to try to mimic, I would say, a decision, what we have to do, it's a traditional programming. You go and you prepare a code and you say, okay, a cat. And then you create parameters, type, legs, ears, fur, likes. And then you fill, oh, cat is an animal. It has 4 legs, 2 ears. It has fur. And you create this in order to, by giving these parameters, it will identify that as a cat or as an animal. This was the traditional programming. What happened later? When neural networks were created about 10 years ago, what we did, we used machines to learn. We showed the machines many times photos of cat, dog, cat, dog, cat, dog, cat, and the machine started to creating a pattern saying, this is a cat, this is not a cat. And this was a breakthrough in AI, okay? But this, I'm talking about 11 years ago. And now, what is this generative language model? You don't train them by looking cats or by looking dogs. You give them all the information that is available on Earth. And truly, it's all, and this is, I would say, one of the massive challenges of OpenAI, and this regarding copyright, because OpenAI took all Wikipedia pages, all books that are in the public domain, all knowledge available on the web that is not blocked by access, everything. I'm talking about a trillion tokens to be trained on GPT-4. And then by reading and processing this, they create this GPT, Palm or Lambda, depending on who you are talking to. If you're talking to Google, then we are talking about Lambda. If you're talking to OpenAI, you are talking about GPT. And then after learning this, okay, you can explain what a cat is. And this is the evolution we saw on this years. But what is important for us? It's to understand. Let me just go back to this drawing. Now let's take this machine learning here and let's give a zoom on it, okay? Machine learning now is this big, it has 3 pieces. One is called supervised learning. Supervised learning, let me just erase here. Supervised learning. Unsupervised learning and reinforced learning. These are 3 types, main types of machine learning algorithm. And they are very, when you are using a tool, and I will show you one very soon, you will see the difference clearly. So what is a supervised learning? Supervised learning has one major assumption. Please never forget this. Past experience. You need to have previous information. For example, I will show you one example of supervised learning. I took projects that already happened, and I'm using the model to forecast what may happen with a new project in the future, okay? In the future. So this is what I call the supervised learning. So basically, what do? You take a data, you model the data. Given A and B, what is the output that you predict? Then you compare with answers you know. Here, you already check. For example, you took photos of people with a disease in the eyes. You took photos. And you know that X photos are photos from people that had disease in the eye. Y photos are not. And then you compare this. And if the model brings an error, you update the model. And this is the training piece. You do this loop. For example, I would do today 100,000 times until you polish the form. It's basically, look, go into our math 101. It's basically, you have a function that takes variables and mix them. Remember that equations like this, this here, that equation, y 3x plus 9, and this is a line. Remember this? It's like that, of course, far more complex than that. But you try to create a formula that can analyze this. This is supervised learning.
Ricardo, there's a comment question from Omar.
Okay.
How does AI relate to data science? And there's one from Marina.
Okay, data science is the science. Let me just go back one slide.
And your video is in front of the slide. It's not
I'm removing it. Yeah.
Look, perfect.
Data science is everything you do to make sure that these data, let me just put a pen that is a little, that these data is excellent. Data science is the science that you do in order to make sure that you have the right data in place. So all the data science is how I collect data, how I analyze data, how I organize data. Because today, what is the problem? What is the problem? I will show you in a minute a simulation. And I know exactly the questions you will ask me. It's the problems that I don't have the historical information. I don't have the historical information about my previous projects. Why? Because it's a mess, because it's not consolidated. And the data science is all the study to make sure that you do that. But let me put this a little bit on hold, because when I talk about generative AI, we're talking about generating new data. And this is a trend that may shift this. So give me now 2 more minutes. I will show one more thing. And when I come back to Gen AI, I will show you. Let me explain to you unsupervised learning. Unsupervised is when you don't know. You have no clue of historical information. What do you do basically? You do this. You take the data and you start plotting them. And then suddenly you say, oh, these points are in a cluster. And for example, these points are in a cluster. Oh God, I have 2 clusters here, and I can infer that a point that may come here, for example, may become part of that green cluster. So you input data, you model, and you generate this example. This is unsupervised learning. You just leave it to learn. You give a huge amount of data, and these sometimes bring to us what? Some unexpected relationship. One of the best examples of unsupervised learning in the past, going, I would say maybe 10, 15 years ago, do you remember when a lot of people saying that you can find, for example, alcoholic beverage and beer and this close to diapers for the kids, in the supermarket, and this display and how you display things in the market? How did they learn that? That putting them together, you increase the sales of diapers and beer. This was through unsupervised learning. They took millions of purchase in, for example, a Walmart or this, and they try to say, is there any meaning on that? Is there any relationship between them? And then they found this unexpected relationship. This is what we call unsupervised.
There's another question quickly from Marina. Ricardo, can you talk more about PyLM?
Yeah, I will. Marina, give me just, but making very short. All the three of them are the same. They are transformers based on predefined data. So what happens? The GPT, PyLM, and Lambda MD are, I would say, competitors. All the three of them, they went to a diverse set of libraries and they built them. And today, what we see, Marina, is there is a big dispute now on who, I don't know, but yeah, probably we are all on the same age here, but do you remember the time VHS against Betamax in the video is the same? I don't know who will dominate that. Today, what I can tell you, it's Microsoft with OpenAI with GPT was faster, and it became, I would say, very popular, far more popular than PyLM and Lambda. Will they stay? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. This is something that we need to prepare, but all of them are what it's called large language model. I will show a little bit more about this in a minute, okay? Reinforcement learning. I was not planning to talk about this, but I will just spend 10 seconds here. This is when you create an artificial model, a machine learning model, where you take the raw mode and you use a loop process. Let me just put a little bit, a loop process here, that you select the algorithm, and based on the answer and the training, you give a reward to that agent. It means if you train and your results improve, you get a positive reward. If you train and you get a negative result, you are punished. The algorithm is punished. So instead of looking just to train, the function of the reinforcement learning is how do you maximize your reward? So it makes the algorithm to train in order to improve its ability to get more rewards. Okay, and when I say punishment of negative behaviors, I am talking here not human behavior. Imagine that this is the algorithm behavior, the way the algorithm used. This is very common in the game industry, but it's extremely hard to model. Extremely hard to model this kind of reward process on this. It's very common on the AlphaGo movie of 2016. This is reinforcement learning, where you put the AlphaGo, the game of Go, to reinforce itself. Now, let's go one level deeper. Now let's go to that drawing and let's just move down a little bit. Remember, machine learning here with the three supervised, unsupervised, reinforced. Now there is a field inside here. Let me put it in blue. This area inside that is called deep learning. What is deep learning? Deep learning uses what is called artificial neural networks, or ANN. And this allows the machine learning to process far more complex tasks than what we think. And it mimics the neurons and the synapses. Do you know what happens? It's you have an input. Then you calculate the probability. Look, this input drive to this. What's the probability? P0. And this to this, P1, etc. And you rank the probabilities. And then you put on the top the highest probability. And then you move to the second layer, third layer. And then you move until you reach the end stage. And by the way, this is how generative AI works. Exactly like that. Exactly. Absolutely exactly like that. And on the deep learning, we have two models. First model, discriminative deep learning model. It's used to classify. Classify means good, bad, approved, rejected, good, expensive, cheap, dog, cat. I show a photo and it's a dog. I show a photo, it's a cat. It's a discriminative. It does not generate anything. And this was a very popular model up to last year, up to last year. What happened in December when OpenAI released? They said, no, there is another way of doing deep learning. Instead of classifying, we can generate. And we can generate new data similar of what it was trained on. And based on the distribution of data, I read so many books, I saw so many photos that I know what to ask. I know how the next pixel should be to draw a cat. And instead of recognizing and putting a label that in machine learning we call a label, dog, we draw a dog. This is, for example, the base of Dolly, the OpenAI drawing model. It's based on generative AI. So what is generative AI? So let's go back now. ChatGPT is a generative AI model using a large language model. Imagine large language model like PaLM, like Lambda, like GPT. It's a massive library, but a library that is not based on words, but based on tokens and numbers and relationships, trillions of them. And what happens? Every time you put something, it goes through these layers and will generate for you using probability to write the next sentence or to change the color of the next pixel when it's generating, for example, an image. This is generative AI. Now, what I want to show you a case study. And this case study is close to my heart because this case study I presented in a conference in 2015 because I'm working with AI for a long time. And this time, you know, things like ChatGPT were just a dream. And I did a paper, and you can download the paper, the link is here, called Applying Neural Networks and Analogous Estimating to Determine the Project Budget, okay, and project management budget. So what I did, basically, I did a cost modeling. I did a cost modeling with the idea of the project, the location, the physical location of the project, if it's a local or a remote, the level of risk, and I did in a simple way, okay? Low, medium, or high, the budget of the project, the duration of the project, the number of stakeholder groups of stakeholders, and the actual cost of managing that project. Because many people say, oh, the cost of project management is 5%, is 3%, is 1%. You know, I want to know in reality what I'm spending on managing these projects. So what happens? If you see here, these are all independent, means these are all inputs. And this is the output, means based on 500 projects with location and this, where I know the PM cost, I want to forecast the next one. So basically, just to give you a highlight, basically I took 50% of projects that are local and remote. I took 40% of projects with low complexity, 35 with medium, and 24 with high. Budgets, most of the projects are between 500,000 and 750,000, okay? And some of them are a little bit bigger. Duration, between most of the projects between 1 year and 17 months, and some of them up to 3 years, okay? Up to 3 years. So this is just a distribution for you, okay? And 1.5 years up to 2 years. Then stakeholder groups, and then we did the simulation. But what I decided to do, I need now you to come with me now. I need you to come with me because I will do my best now, because I will run this so you can see in real life this happening. I hope it does not stuck, but I'm sharing now my screen here. Hold on, give me 1 second. Antonio, can you see? Good. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So okay, thank you. What I have here, okay, this is all my data, okay? I'm doing this in Excel just to make it super simple. This is the project number 1 is a remote project with complexity medium, with this budget, with this duration, with this stakeholder group, and this was the project management cost. And then I put this, and I put this is about 3% of the PM cost. What I want to give this information for a new project, and I want it to calculate for me, forecast what is the project management cost. And in order to do that, I'm using a tool called Neural Tools. Neural Tool is an app from Palisade, this app here, this app Neural Tools, that does that in Excel, just to make our life a little bit easier here, okay? What happens? First step, I tell where my data is to be trained. Okay, yes. Then it took everything, look, and it automatically, project ID, independent, and PM cost dependent. Did you see that? Okay. So what I'm saying, this is the data I want to train, and it changed it to blue. Remember, I'm doing supervised learning. Remember what I'm doing? Look here, what I'm doing, just for us to concentrate. I'm exactly on this point here, on this here. I'm doing a deep learning on a machine learning that is supervised learning, okay? That is supervised learning. Let me come back here. Okay. Now, take a look here. I will press train. And then it says, okay, what do you want? Do you want to train? Yes. Then I press next. Hold on, look. When I press train, this is what is incredible. It will do 500,000 times and test everything. So it's training. Hold on. Let's wait a little bit. It's done. Done. Let me just go back here. Done. Now look to this. The first line, project 1, it used to train. Line 2 to train. Line 8 to test. Did you see? To test. Look, the PM cost, the actual PM cost 49, but the model provides 45. There was a residual of 3.9. Okay, and this is where I asked it to train with 20% of the data. I could train with more, with less. Then I come here and I will insert a line I will insert a line just to make it very, very simple. I will insert a line here. Let me put this line in red and in bold. And then I will put project 501 location. It's a remote project. Complexity, it's a low complexity. Budget, 250,000. Duration, 6 months. Stakeholders, 2. PM cost, blank. I don't know the PM cost. Then I come here, Neuro Tools, and I say predict.
Ricardo, there's a question while we're waiting from Paulo about what's the number of projects we can consider. So what's the minimum?
Oh, yeah, this I did them. Just a second. Give me just 1 second. Okay, good. Please. Okay, now I'm happy. I will, Paulo, give me 30 seconds. Look, 19,000. Everything I just did here is the use of artificial intelligence, the use of deep learning, supervised learning, okay, to do that. So this is just an example I want to show you on how we do. In 2015, I did this because I was at the time at the UN. And in my portfolio at the UN, I had more than 1,000 projects. Now, Paulo, to Paulo's question, I have a good and a sad answer for you. The sad one first, it's the largest, the better. Okay, if you have 10,000, it's better. 1 billion, it's better. Let me give you an example on GPT. GPT-3 had if I'm not wrong, because these numbers are so something like 150 billion variables or 500 billion tokens. GPT-5 is 1 trillion. Is 1 trillion. Just for you to understand, it's 1 trillion. So this is just, and probably GPT-5, when it comes, it will be bigger. But what is reasonable? You need to have a good amount of data. It means I did this with 500, and it's a decent number. But you can do this in real life with 100. But remember one thing. Let me just draw one last thing on here, because I will explain this by drawing one thing. Take a look on this, what I'm doing here. Let's, because I think, if not all of you, most of you studied linear regression at the school. Imagine this is Y and this is X. And you are doing. What is linear regression? You try to take points that you know, and you try to find what? The best line based on this distance and how they are spread. This is linear regression. You can do linear regression with 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 points. But if you want to do a better linear regression, what is better? Imagine if I have this. These are all my points, and I have 1,000 of them. Do you agree with me that the line will reflect much better the reality? This is exactly. You can do that regression this way or this way. If you have a reliable data, the bigger, the better. And this is why these models are so powerful. They are so powerful, this GPT, because they have trillions. It's close to impossible for you to ask something they do not know. It's close to impossible. But Paulo, to be very sharp with you, I would not do it with less than 100. And also, I don't want to go deep on this. There is a tool, Paulo, that you can use on the neural tools called sensitivity analysis. It tells you how good your AI was on testing. Means the closer the test becomes, the better. And sometimes you will put the data and the model will say, you know, we are not very sensible to that. And by the sensitivity analysis, we'll say, is my model a good reflect of reality or not? And this is where we can see some challenges here, okay? So look, so this is the tool, palisade.com neural tools, just for you to understand. Now, just explaining a little bit more on Gen AI from prompt to output. So basically, what a generative AI, everything comes, takes an input, what you write on your ChatGPT, encode and decode. This is the transformer, and this is the T of GPT. And then you use the model, and here is where you will find Palm, Lambda, etc. There are many. Tencent in China is developing one that will transform this into the output. 100% of the tools we see today on the AI environment will be using one of the 4 or 5 models. Why? Because I would love to develop my own model to compete with GPT, but then, you know, you need to buy a server from NVIDIA and spend $2 billion on that. And then you need to have a license to do that. And you need to have machines. Everybody will just use what these big players will provide, okay? So none of us in normal conditions, unless you are on this trade, will develop this because, you know, it doesn't make sense. It's much better for you to just rent and use the tokens, like, for example, on the PMO tool. We use the token today of GPT-4, but we can use of anyone. We use the token to extract, and it's like a service to access this large language model. Now, some applications. Input text and output text, translation, summarization, questions and answer, correct grammar. Or I can create an image based on a text, like Dolly. Or I can take a text and create an audio. This is the voice box of Facebook. Or decisions, play games, for example, were based on, now it's a very trendy thing, where you put input text and it will suggest for you movements on a game. And images, when you put an image, now it's not a text, you can put create captioning. For example, today, if you go on Facebook and you put an image, it will generate using AI the captioning by what it interprets on that image. Visual questioning, search for image like Google, you can put an image. You can take an image and improve the resolution or complete the image. This is where Adobe is playing massively today, massively. They are like crazy doing this, where you can remove someone from the image, put someone from the image. You can pretty much do whatever you want. And output video. Also, you can create a video based on animation. There are zillions of applications on any of this. But now I want to have a quick discussion in our first work as a group. So Sueli, if you can prepare for me the breakout rooms, okay? We will split you, okay? You into 10 groups, Sueli, into 10 groups, and you will prepare a 30-second presentation based on what you saw from me, And you will say one application of AI that you can use today, now, in your project. And I'm not saying ChatGPT, but an application, and say, I can use AI, for example, like I showed you, I can use AI to predict the cost of a project based on the project management cost based on the cost of other projects I did before. This is the first test. Second, I want a moonshot application of AI you may see 5 years from now that may disrupt our industry. And why it's a moonshot? I want you to have now, sorry if you allow me, some crazy ideas of what I showed you can do in 5 years, in terms of in 5 years I can do that. And choose one representative of your group that may present. When we come back, 2 groups will be selected to present and share with the group, okay? Not all of them, but 2. You have 5 minutes, Sueli, 5 minutes. And in 5 minutes, the group will just collapse and you will be brought back to me here. Remember, one application of today, one moonshot, one representative. And the representative will have 30 seconds to present to the group, okay? Very sharp. And also, please, when you join this small group, introduce yourself to your colleagues, okay? Say who you are quickly, say who you are, and this very briefly so people know, because every group discussion will be in a different group, okay? So we will meet as many as I can here in terms of students, okay? Sueli, can you do that? Can you send them to the breakout?
Yes.
There's a few questions maybe we can answer.
Okay, Sueli, are you ready to set? No, she's okay. Okay, no problem. No problem.
I just sent everybody.
Okay, no problem. You know, I learned one thing. It doesn't matter the amount of time you give, it's always short.
Yeah, it's always short.
If you give 10 minutes, it's short. Yeah, I know. But
it was good discussion, yeah.
okay, is everybody back? Let me see. Yes, okay. So what I want, I don't know who was in the groups, so I want to invite the representative of group number 3. Group number 3, please. Who is the representative of group number 3?
I think I was in group number 3, but we didn't agree on who was representing.
Okay, Rob. Okay, go ahead.
So we kind of spend all the time doing the introductions.
That's what he said we're gonna do.
Okay.
And then we had one, Luis, I think he said what if he wanted an app today, it would be something that could identify risks on all his projects.
Risk.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we had, of course, we have different skill levels and different types of people in the group. So we actually got the question, what is a moonshot? So we quickly talked a bit about that, but we didn't really get to the point when, okay, let's suggest this is a moonshot. So.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me just explain. Moonshot is something that, imagine you trying to shoot the moon. Means, imagine it's something hard. It's not something that you will find immediately. So a moonshot, it's something that, you know, it's very transformative, very unexpected, something that you truly, it's out of your mind. For me, for example, ChatGPT was a moonshot if I was thinking about this 10 years ago. Something that would write so well like ChatGPT. So this is the concept of the moonshot. Okay, so with that, let me, I said, thank you, Rob. Does anyone want to talk? Maybe one group that reached out to a moonshot that wants to talk? Just unmute yourself and talk, no problem.
I think that we were, I don't know, group 8. I don't know what was group, but we collected 2 or 3 moonshots.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one was to have embedded like image of or video in the application in the, I think, in the gas and oil industry. A system that automatically with the image or video can determine the probability to have issues or injury or failure or hazard, these kind of things. The other was train the AI to drive the project. So basically to provide tasks and timeline every day, generate these to the team members automatically. Basically kind of a virtual PM. So these are the 2 main moonshots that we could collect.
Okay. Thank you. So before I close here, I want just to answer. Alexi said, when we touch a license plate recognizer, we notice that the quality of answers dramatically decreases after processing a certain amount of data. The network was overloaded. Yes, my answer to you is that there is a pattern that it reaches a peak and then lose the efficiency, okay, on that. Unless you change the algorithm. What is happening today is that algorithms are becoming so much more capable that they are able to cope with much larger sets of information. Then comes Tariq. It appears that large language models cross a data training point threshold where there is a marginal value. But this point is very large, maybe billions of trillions. So training with thousands of data results are with lower quality. Yes, you are right. On the large language model, when you want to generate new ideas, when you want, because what we did on our case was a supervised learning. We were not using large language model, and we want just to classify and apply a formula. This you need much less. This is, for example, John von Neumann proved the Monte Carlo method with just 100 data points. That is a very low. But for you to have creative answers, like generative things, then you need really billions. I don't know if we have reached that threshold yet. I don't know. We need to wait a little bit more to see what will happen with GPT-5, whatever, when it comes, okay? Marina, if data is not 100% reliable, what can I do as a PM to prevent bias? Oh, this is $1 million question, but I want you to wait a little bit more because part 4 of our course, it's all about that. It's all about these ethical implications because garbage in, garbage out. Machine learning is what humans made of it, right? So if we put a lot of data with bias, do you remember, for example, a lot of polemics when people put, for example, you generate image as successful business people, and most of the photos show white male with suits as the images they generate on that. Is the AI wrong? No. It's our human bias that is affecting AI. AI is just a machine that is trained to do based on the data. If the data is full of bias, the results will be full of bias. And this is a massive challenge we face today, okay? A massive challenge we face today, okay? Okay, JF, Ricardo, we could use a visible timer and a list of participants with a short description, role, and experience. Yes, I would love to do that. I will try at the end, I will send, but I need permission because of GDPR. I cannot share anything without strict permission. So this is why I ask it. Do you want to share your LinkedIn and everything? We will create a LinkedIn group on that, but you know, it's just the law, okay? It's just the law. Moonshots, Nuno said about Peter Diamand's. Yeah, I was his student at the Singularity University. Ephraim, moonshot is something that can be achieved. I'm not so sure, Ephraim, that all moonshots are achievable if you concentrate. I don't know. Peter Diamand's always say that, but I have my own questions. Okay, okay. Oh, 10x. Okay. Is there anything? No.
No.
Okay. Okay.
What people have put, Ricardo, the moonshot on the text. So the groups that couldn't present, they put it there. So we can afterwards collect that.
Perfect. So look, let me just go on the conclusions. Let me just put myself on spotlight again. Just a second. Hold on. Let me. So what are my conclusions here? I just need to change my view here. Speaker. Okay. Now I think on the speaker everybody can see me. Okay. So this on the conclusions here. AI, of course, greatly improved. This is we already know. But also comes with a lot of challenges. This is why I like it very much, the questions about, for example, one of the key aspects is, Ricardo, you did this so nicely, but I don't have this information about my previous project. So how I can learn from previous experience? Second, does the previous experience reflect the reality I'm living in now? For example, remember COVID. COVID was such a disruptor that, you know, previous experience did not mean too much. Both generative and discriminative deep learning can be very helpful. Generative, I will talk more later, but discriminative, you saw today on this exercise, can be very useful, and I use it a lot. And even if you don't build AI, it's important to understand how the model works. I'm always a big fan of this. This is why people, when you watch my YouTube channels, I like to do things by hand, because if you don't know how things work behind the scenes, it's very hard for you to rely on them. Key takeaways. For me, we are navigating one of the most disruptive eras in our history. Trust me. I think 5 years from now, we'll talk about crazy things happening in front of us that we never thought. Supervised and unsupervised learning, they train algorithms in a different way. One use information, the other ones just try to see patterns that they can recognize that are useful for the work that they are doing, okay? Neural networks mimic human brain. Generative AI create new insights from a large language model. We said already, data quality influence results. AI tools are not universally applicable. And this, I will go back on step 3, okay? On part 3, talking about this. You see that each tool is very good on doing something, but not good for everything, okay? My friend Antonio, you know, I'm a little bit late. Ball to you for part 2, my friend, okay? So now
So thank you, Ricardo. I'm going to cover part 2, which is a bit more project management based. So, and the idea is to go towards the end of the hour and have a break. So the break, it's something that we'll all need, but a few points based on the discussion with Ricardo, and we will share the slides after the meeting. We'll send you this, the PDF, and there's a lot of links of the tools. We cannot demo all the tools, but we can share all what we've researched, the tools that we've used, and the contacts that we have. So all this can come up, and I think we're going to be using a lot the LinkedIn group, because there you can share, you can post, you can add comments. So this is something that we are planning to be using quite a lot, and as soon as it's set up, we will give you the information. So slides will be shared. the text also. So let me see here as a small movie. So the topic here is the project life cycle of AI. So this is the life cycle of developing an AI application. It's something that is closer to us, but yet very challenging. So there's a small video I like here just to start the session. Okay, so we have that different models. The one we've covered today, and we selected has 5 stages, but in the example you have 7. So if you look around, there's different stages. But I think we are experienced in project management, so we know what. But you'll see the focus is very much on the data point. And AI projects are very complex. It's not only the technology, but also the project management itself. It's a new stuff, right? And many of these projects are done in an agile way, but then it becomes more hybrid. I have a personal experience developing a predictor model with machine learning with a professor in Canada who's one of the leading personalities in this space. And Ricardo has a great experience with PMAuto, which I'm supporting. So we've gone through that process of development of machine learning AI tools. So Ricardo, please jump on this, but I think this is a personal experience as well. So implementing a well-defined project life cycle is important for increasing the success rate. So this is, I'm probably speaking your language. Traditional cycle here, the scoping, data acquisition, exploration, modeling, and evaluation. And I think when I looked at this chapter, we talk more and more about the project manager knowing the technology or being conversant, right? And in the past, we were saying just knowing project management is enough. Here is another case where we need to understand. We need to understand. We don't need to be programmers. We don't need to be developers. But like in the video, there's biases too that we need to challenge and address. So there's a requirement for us if we want to play in this space is to go deeper. You see how Ricardo, it's already mastering the topic. And I think if we want to play here, we need to know what we're talking about and the different challenges. So when Google wants to develop chatbots for the customer support, they follow AI project lifecycle. So all these big players, they have this project lifecycle. The objectives of this session is to learn about the lifecycle, the stages, and how to ensure that the alignment, the quality, the model accuracy effective. So I'm going to go rather quickly as you're going to get to the slides. And I think this is a topic that you probably are more familiar. And then we have a case study, put you in breakout rooms. I'll give you a little bit more time than Ricardo because there's a few more questions, but I think the learning is in the dialogue too. So another mentee, please take your phone and just quickly scan it just to assess a bit the level of familiarity with AI project lifecycle. I don't know how we can share the results. Ricardo, can you just take the screen and share? And I'm curious if somebody is very familiar, because we would like to hear from you as well. We have our own experiences. And
I'm sharing, Antonio. I'll be sharing now my screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I will stop your screen and I will put my screen. Okay. Quickly.
Sure.
Okay. And then you can explain to people, and let me just increase here.
Yeah, please increase. So
Okay.
very
Good.
familiar.
Okay.
I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
51 replies I see there. Okay, so we can count. So very familiar one person. So curious to hear who's that, because we'll appreciate your feedback there. Familiar, also with the 5 people there. So very much appreciate your feedback there, and learnings, the challenges, somewhat, and yeah, at least more, half or more of us, not familiar with the topic, which is, I think it's interesting, because we have already a group of people in this masterclass who has been in touch with this process, with this type of projects, which is, I think, even more powerful. Really nice.
Yeah, Antonio, what is interesting is that I am considering this group based on the interest. It's a group that is, I would say, really interested in this topic. Yeah. So imagine, and we still have 27 not familiar and 17 somewhat familiar. So this is, I would say, a big number. Imagine outside this class, I would say in the normal world, managing projects. So probably the number of people that are not familiar is much higher proportionally.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure in the PM world, I would say 25% is not familiar easily.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Could you just raise your... I'll take
sharing. Okay.
Please. Can you just raise the hand, the people who have said very familiar, or the first 2, just raise your hand in the chat so that we know. Yeah, Marina.
Marina. Carmen. And Marina. Okay.
Tariq, nice. Perfect. Okay, we know we will go for your feedback too. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, let me go back. So basically, I'm going to walk you through the different stages and give you some examples just to start getting familiar with the life cycle. So you can see that everywhere. Amazon used that for the voice control into Alexa, where they work that. So improve efficiency and reduce risk. So again, this is something that we know. We have a project life cycle to do to be more successful and reduce the failures of risk and issues when we're launching. So that is why we have an AI specific project life cycle, and you see other companies using that for their own developments. I see there's a question from Tariq. Tariq, let me just go through this first, and then I'll come back to you. Just a couple of slides, okay? I'll come back. Just want to get through. So we've selected 5, I think, based on my experience, Ricardo. So problem scoping, data collection and preparation, model development, deployment, and evaluation. So I'm going to cover each of them, giving you some examples, and then we can have that questions and the exercise. Stage 1, the problem scoping. So very important to be clear on the scope. So I think this is a failure that we see in projects, not just AI. And I think in AI, it's even more important, is clearly defining the problem statement. It happens with digital transformations. You all know that we see digital transformations where there's no problem statement. So I think, again, I'm talking to people who are already convinced, but for example, Microsoft defined their problem statement as developing an AI system to detect and prevent cybersecurity threats, enhancing the security of their software product. That is clear. That's specific. So imagine you're running a project for Microsoft. This is the type of things that you want to do. AI, it's very specific. The goals, objectives, again, something that we should be doing in all the projects, even more important for AI, because we're working with a lot of data. So we want to be sure that there's clarity on the problem scoping. And if we're not clear about the scope, just pull back and reflect first. It happened to me when I'm working with Paul Baudreau from Canada, and he pushed me back with the predictor to say, you need to be clear on the problems statement, right? What do you want to solve? Yeah, you want to select the best projects, just prioritize them, but why? So it's an interesting exercise. How can you work on the problem statement? It's interviews with stakeholders. For example, IBM conducted interviews workshops with healthcare professionals to gather insights. So you see that collaboration beyond your company, beyond with the users, with the clients, which is so important, because in the end, they're the ones who are going to be providing data and benefiting from this AI application, and analyzing exciting data from domains. This is Walmart, who are very good at looking at data for inventory management and supply chain. Amazon is even better, right? So this is the first part. I don't know if you want to share anything here, Ricardo, from your experience with PM-Auto. How did you start that project? What was the statement?
Yeah, I think one of the key things here is that you need to define clearly what is your expectation. For example, on the PM-Auto case, the problem we want to solve is how we can, in a natural language, help project managers with all information about project managers, how we can organize and become not the GPT-4 of the world, but the GPT-4 of project management. And this is exactly talking the language. And this was the problem we want to solve. It's not, for example, today we'll use ChatGPT. I will show something on the PM-Auto, but what we want, it's to talk to someone that knows project management, that knows the language and knows the pain point, and not just a compiler of information. So this was the problem we want to solve, someone that speaks the language of project management.
Thank you, Ricardo. I want to go back to Tariq now, just before we go too much deep. Tariq, you wanted to comment something?
Yeah, we use the term AI projects. And like, what are those? Are we talking about AI systems? Are we talking about applying AI capabilities to just any kind of project? So
no, it's the first one.
Systems only?
Is developing an AI solution, and that's the project, right? Okay. That will include the AI components, machine learning, big data, or what Ricardo was explaining. That's how we...
I want just to jump in on this, Tariq, because there are two things. We have two aspects on our professional life. One is use AI to develop our building better, whatever.
Yeah.
But the second thing, all these AI tools, all the companies are doing, everything requires project management, requires some people helping to manage. And most of the time, you know, I'm very polemic, and I will be next week a lot, is that sometimes, you know, when we see all these AI tools being developed, it's like the social media a couple of years ago, you know, it's missing an adult in the room. You know, it's missing someone that will understand the full dimension of what people are doing, because some people on I would say the deeply, oh, I want to do that, does not know the unintended consequences. And this is exactly what we want to frame. So what is the problem we are trying to solve? Exactly. I use one example that is perfect. It's Mark Zuckerberg with Facebook. I'm sure that when he created Facebook, he didn't create, oh, I have a problem. I want to find a way of spreading fake news, and I'm having a trouble with that. So I will create a social network to do that. So this was an unexpected effect. Okay, expected, unexpected, but we need to, and this is why we need to understand this, because many times when we develop AIs, if we do not focus on the problem we are trying to solve, we can generate far more problem than solving them.
Exactly.
No, of course. I guess just from, and I know you have a time time crunch, but just like this group, I suspect, I don't know, but I don't know how many are actually going to build AI systems versus being in a position where they have to use AI for all of their other types of projects. And it's all great information, but I think there's an important distinction there. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for commenting, Tarek. It's an important classification. There's the tools to develop for projects better and then developing AI projects. And I know from discussion with Mark Exposito, he is one of the challenges. He sees that we're not good at implementing AI projects, and we'll talk about that next week. So perfect. Thanks, Ricardo, also from then the data collection. I think this is when I see, and my experience is about 80% of the time, 80% of the problem. The generative approaches are helping a lot on the data, but I think if without data, and Ricardo, you gave the number, 100 projects with many data points. So it's not just the amount of projects, but the data points. It's so time consuming. So what do we need to think about? High quality of data. So Twitter is a great example on how they collect thousands and millions of data. But then you have the ethical considerations and privacy. So this is becoming also a burden on the data that you capture. In my project with Paul, we have about 93 criteria in each of the projects. We need to 93. So it's really, really painful. It just takes a lot of time. Sometimes it's not available. So you need to make some assumptions in that, but it's really the most critical part. It's not impossible. I think you've seen what Ricardo has done with the Excel and his paper a few years ago. So the big saying in project management for many years was AI is not going to disrupt project management because we don't have data. And that's been proven wrong. And things are evolving. PMI is very interested in this space. There's people who have been collecting lots of data. Professor from Oxford, Bent, who has written a great book as well. So there are already some very interesting databases we can tap on. But definitely this is the most important steps. There's different considerations instead of on data for projects, the sources. We talk about the images, the videos, the emails. So the good news is that now the tools can extract very, very much different types of formats. In the past was just one specific format or two types. Now these kind of applications can extract from everywhere and are really, really efficient. The structures, we talk about the structured data, unstructured and semi-structured. There has been a lot of progress on this piece, but still it's still the most important. And the location. Yeah, go ahead.
This is the book, okay, that he just said.
Yeah, Ben.
Things from Ben. This is all about using data and how to analyze data. I will share with you on the chat, okay? Antonio, back to you.
Yeah, and he has published in HBR as well. So it's one of the other very important thought leader in the space, and they're using already AI, for example, with the Hong Kong authority in major projects. So the data piece, again, absolutely critical. I don't know, Ricardo, if you want to briefly comment on the PMO part, on the data considerations, data collection. Ricardo? Maybe.
I wasn't moved. First, privacy, copyright, and this. There is a massive polemic today on this topic because, on the tribunals today, for example, OpenAI is saying, I didn't use data. I just used the data to train something. I'm not taking a text and copying and assuming the ownership, but I'm just taking the tokens and pieces of words to do that. And I don't know what the judge will say about that. I truly don't know, but this is how we do. On the PMOto, what we did, we created a mechanism that collects information about different layers. I will talk this later, but different layers, and we insert, and these layers is not, when we talk about machine learning, is not that I take a PDF of a paper and put the PDF inside. No, I take that content, and that content feeds the machine learning algorithm, the GPT, and combine this information with trillions of informations that I already have. And it's something like stick. And what is the good thing is that when you have the large language model, you have trillions of information. And if you put your layer of project management or specific knowledge, you can empower, because you can benefit from both. You don't need trillions of informations on project management too. If you have dozens of thousands, it will make a massive difference on the model. Okay, and this is why today, for example, this is the new frontier. This is why, for example, you have tools like ChatGPT that I said on one of our webinars that use GPT, but to prepare recipes for food for you. So it's a layer of application on the top of that.
Thank you, Ricardo. So moving forward and accelerating a bit, seeing the time. So there's the model development. This is quite technical. I'm not an expert. I've heard about this, I've read about this, but there's some techniques and considerations for model development. One of them, well known, is the hyperparameter tuning. This is finding optimal values for parameters of a machine learning model that are not learned from the data, such as learning rate of number of hidden layers. So it's quite technical. I think this is where we need the technical people to work with us, but you can see the application of, for example, of Uber to suggest best riders and the accuracy of the information. So hyperparameter tuning is one of the techniques. Again, not to be an expert, just to know. Regularization techniques, these are methods used to prevent overfitting in machine learning models by adding penalty or constraints to the models of loss functions. So LinkedIn applies this technique.
This is the reinforcement learning that I just present. When you penalize and reward, but just to make sure that all the process goes this. In some ways, like we do in generative AI, to avoid this kind of hallucinations or behavior that goes completely outside your model.
Yeah, so when you talk to AI people, they know what the techniques are. There's one, the last one is the ensemble methods. This is used, for example, for the detection of spam in Twitter. So this is combination of multiple machine learning models, decision trails, neural workers. So this is putting everything together. And Twitter has a very interesting paper. So you'll see that when you get the file, with the links on predictive models using this method to improve the accuracy of the spam. Obviously, a big issue, and I don't think they've solved it completely, but it's an ongoing topic in this space, model development. Then we have the deployment. So this is a big point is on the scalability. We were talking about the numbers of servers that you will need to buy to develop your own and then to deploy it. So scalability and performance are key. So make sure that you have those power to make the calculations, but then also allow the people to use it. Yeah. So Airbnb, a good example, they use this dynamic pricing system. I use Airbnb a lot, and it's how you can see the pricing, the dynamic. This is all scalable based off using these deployment techniques. Spotify uses the user interface integration design. So this is more the UX, the user experience, the interface, and making sure that that works as well. So it's not just the machine behind that works, but also the interface and the interaction with the user. Anything to add here, Ricardo, on your front from PMOto on the deployment?
No, we are using, we are using on the PMOto case, we are using everything under the umbrella of Microsoft, because we are a part of the Microsoft Startup Program. And then we have all the benefits to access on the GPT, everything using the Azure service. So we are using the model that is already conceived by them to speed up the process.
And I think when you use ChatGPT, I guess all of you have used it. It's not like it has the most fancy user experience or face. No, it's just a text, but it just makes it very engaging. The way it works, the way the text is written, the words that the machine uses to talk to you. So I think this is another type of creating engagement. Doesn't need to be a super fancy screen, but just interaction makes it very engaging and fun to play. Yeah. One third poll here quickly. Which is the most important challenge encountering the deployment of AI models? Just to get your, from what you've seen, some of you know more than others, but what is the most important challenge? If you had to choose one.
I'm still getting the old survey.
Yeah, I move it to the new one. Can you see now? Yes, I have 1 vote. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, now it's moving. Do you want me? I will share the presentation.
Yes,
okay?
please share. Data quality comes from there. Ethical considerations, scalability.
Wow.
So yeah, no surprises, right? So I think data quality is one of the biggest issues. Depends a bit on the project that we're doing in AI, but usually the one that comes first is that data quality, availability of the high level quality of data. It's always number one. Then you have the ethical considerations. Also, it's a big constraint, a big challenge, as we've been discussing. And then the others, of course, areas to address, and depends on the project, might become the bigger challenge, but overall is the data, the ethics, and then the performance, of course, accuracy, the scalability, all of them matter. But this is a good summary of the priorities, usually, generally speaking, on deployment of AI models. Any comments, Ricardo, here?
No comment. It's expected. I have just one comment that probably few people know, but there is a new tool that is being developed called AutoGPT. That is a GPT that reinforces itself and generate new data. And it's exactly to generate data that is not real data, but it's a data that could feed the system and avoid discrepancies and improves the quality of the data. So it's, if this becomes true in a reality, then it will be, it will change the game completely.
It will be a different story. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let me stop sharing.
Okay. Stop sharing, go back
to you. Now you think, yes, good.
Okay, thank you. So there's a lot of it very interesting. I didn't know, but I was looking at Netflix, and they're already using for a while 10 different ways to use AI. So there's a very interesting article there that you can also download once you get. But then the last piece of the stages is the evaluation. So assessing the performance, the effectiveness on AI models. One big one, of course, is the feedback and the ratings. You see that everywhere now. Everybody wants your opinion. How many stars? What's the feedback? How can we improve it? So this is just become something so common everywhere. Then it's part of that evaluation, continuous improvement. By the way, we want the same with this MasterClass. How can we make it better? And the community that we're building too. And then you have the performance metrics. So this is about accuracy, precision. So we need to have an eye. This is very important. The accuracy, the precision. When you see about the challenges with ChatGPT, is that precision, that accuracy that comes into what ChatGPT is putting you in as a reply. It's people that you need to test that. So every time you ask ChatGPT something, try to challenge them. I always challenge ChatGPT to see whether they did the work right, the machine work, or there's some flaws. So don't forget the challenges of the accuracy and precision. Very, very important piece. So these are next section, and I will just go very quickly because I don't know, Ricardo, we might need to do the break on time and then we can do the case study after. But there are tools that help us on each of the stages. So these are, most of them are AI tools that help you with the problem scoping, with the data collection and preparation for the model development, model deployment, model evaluation. So it's not like we need to do it on our own with all tools, but actually there's tool for all of them. So this is just a summary of the most commonly used IBM Watson Discovery. There's hyperlinks here, so you will go straight to the page and see a demo or get some information if you need. But there's a lot of good
I
tools.
will talk about that data robot also just after the break.
About data robot later. So I have a small video of one of them just to show you how it looks. But Google, IBM, you see the big players already there. For the data collection, data robot, right? We were talking about the advancements of these tools that will help you to extract, process the data, ensure that there's accuracy. Data robot, Ricardo will cover afterwards. Amazon, of course, playing a big role in everything around this space. On the model deployment, TensorFlow is a good one. Let me show quickly the video here. Don't know if there's a video. Yeah.
TensorFlow is an open source end-to-end platform for machine learning. It provides a comprehensive ecosystem of tools for developers, enterprises, and researchers who want to push the state-of-the-art of machine learning and build scalable machine learning-powered applications. TensorFlow is designed to help you learn to build models easily. With an intuitive, easy-to-use set of APIs that makes it simple for you to learn and implement machine learning, deep learning, and scientific computing, it provides you with a rich collection of tools for building models. These include data pre-processing, data ingestion, model evaluation, visualization, and serving. But it's not just for building models. You can easily train and deploy your model anywhere with TensorFlow. It's designed to be highly portable, running on a variety of devices and platforms. It can...
Okay, I'll just show you a little bit there. You have the video just in case. But TensorFlow is the one that I really like the most so far I've seen and practice a bit. And PyTorch is another one that everybody talks about. I think it depends also on the type of projects. Azure is another big one that you can see very often mentioned from Microsoft for the model deployment. And the last piece is more evaluation. There's also tools for that, Alteryx for analytics and ML flow. So there's a lot of tools that I think there's hundreds of tools, and the challenge is to identify the key ones if you need to use them. Often these tools are used by the experts, so you don't need to be the one who carries the work here when you're doing these type of projects. But I just thought it would be good to have like this overview, just in case you go into one of these projects and you get a bit more familiar. And I think this is a bit where I'm stopping. And I would prefer, I don't know how people feel, but have the break that we promised. We stretch the legs, we get some coffee, and then we will come back in 10 minutes, Ricardo.
Okay, I was on mute. Okay, so now it's from my clock here, 4:00 p.m. So we are back in 10 minutes, okay? In 10 minutes. So now grab a coffee, and then in 10 minutes, we will split you already into groups, okay? He will explain and we'll split you into groups, okay?
Thank you.
I suggest that you don't disconnect. You don't need to disconnect. Just turn on off your camera, and that's fine.
Yeah, turn your camera off. What time is Vicente coming, Ricardo?
It's in 1 hour.
1 hour. Okay.
Talking to him. I'm talking to him, so no worries. He's already okay. I'm talking to him. Let me just. I will just grab a coffee. Okay. Just. Before we start, Antonio, just to, I saw a lot of questions here. I want to join the beta of the Auto in this. Let me explain to you. I sent to all of you like a newsletter with a lot of topics about this masterclass. Most of you received. And one of them has a survey that I said, I need this information. Why? Because of GDPR, I cannot put your name there without your consent. So most of you, if you have not received that and this, just send to me a note here. I will reach out to you to do. My promise, I have one commitment to you. The first ones to get access will be the ones, nobody will get access before you. Okay, so I will do that. So as soon as it's ready, I have access, but I am not 100% comfortable yet. So I hope I would be in the next, I would say 48 hours to 72 hours. When this is ready, because it's a beta, it's still in tests, but I want to make sure that you will have a good experience, okay? We are facing some problems with some performance and this, so we are doing this fine tuning to get it available for you, but it will be. I'm not sleeping because of that. Okay, so I'm working 24 hours a day on this. Antonio.
Okay, thank you.
Respect the time here. Okay, both.
Yeah. And this exercise requires a bit more time, so I put in the chat. In the chat, you can download the PDF with the case study, so you can have that. There's two. We're going to be just doing one because we don't have much time. So let me just briefly share what is the case study about. So this is, imagine we're working for Amazon. They're implementing an AI project. They're following the life cycle to implement a recommendation system for personal shopping experiences. I think we have all experience, right? So there is already, I put there already the different components on the life cycle, the problem scoping. You can read that there. To increase customer satisfaction, increase sales by providing this personalized system, data collection and labeling. So this, Ricardo mentioned the importance of labeling as well, collected customer browsing and purchase history, model development, using deep learning techniques, network-based model to analyze customer preference, model deployment, and model evaluation. So what I want you to do in the breakout rooms is 3 questions. What factors should be considered during problem scoping to ensure the recommendation system meets customers' expectations? So a bit of brainstorming on that first step. How can data quality be ensured during the data collection and labeling stage? Big brainstorming, maybe some of you have more experience than just share. How would you evaluate the success of the recommendation system in terms of customer satisfaction and business impact? So quite straightforward. It's more a summary of what we covered briefly. I would say 10 minutes, please, Ricardo, that allows also a bit of introduction, and then just go through. Go back, please, to the chat, download this. There's this case study in Amazon. There's one on PayPal, just the Amazon, and just go through the 3 questions and brace them a bit. And maybe somebody in your group has already a bit more experience. Same process. Select one speaker. We'll choose 2, and then we'll move to the next session. Thank you, Ricardo.
Please divide them into 10 groups again. Okay. randomically.
Okay.
Will be different groups, okay? And 10 minutes.
Okay. 10 minutes.
Thank you. 10 minutes, and we have the timer somewhere, huh?
Yeah,
All right.
and I inform to them through broadcast here.
Okay.
Yes. Can I send them?
Yes, please. We're kicked out just in the last minute. Anyway, it's how it works. Thank you. Was great discussions there with my group. Let me go and I'll do the same. I'll just pick a group and I'll start with group number 3. We had Carmen, Hassan, Zach, who wants to briefly share what you discussed, if you manage. And let me put here group number 3. That's Montse, Carmen.
I would want to ask Carmen to be the representative because she was providing very good inputs.
Okay, Carmen, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So we talked a little bit about the recommendation systems, and one of the things that we thought up front that is very, very key is understand what is it that we want our evaluation metrics to be, because to determine the success of whatever AI tool we build at the model, we need to know what's the key metric for ours. So we talked about that being one of the key things. We also talked about understanding user preferences and their feedback. We talked about data quality being important. We also talk about the balance between having a diverse group as we do this, and also we talked about the experience. But we thought these were some of the key parts, and that kind of covers first question about what are some of the key things that we would consider. We will also key as to how successful. So for us, understanding our key success metrics up front was key, making sure that we understood the user preference and the data and how we're going to handle it. And you already had mentioned the model that we would use, the type of model. So that was the other part.
Thank you. Very interesting. Thank you, Carmen, and the whole group. Let me just take the second one. I'll go for room number 10. Amy, Bill, Edwin, Marcus, Sunil, who wants to pick? JF.
Well, we heard two different experiences. One where stakeholders didn't really trust the project, although it was started. And the other one where data was of quality from the start because it was read by instruments, but maybe it was the volume that was the difficulty. So it's very different questions. Make sure that when you start a project, you break the problem into small bits and ensure that the people who are financing it, or the stakeholders, trust that your evaluation of the data and the results will be useful to them.
Thank you. Okay.
JF, you were just starting. I said, oh, this is so unusual. Stakeholders do not trust the team. No, this is the nightmare of everyone's life. You know, it's how you build trust. Yeah.
When you get the slides, you'll get a bit of correct answers, or at least some of the answers on that case study, and the second one just to it's there hidden. So you'll get both, and you can look at it and get a bit more familiar with this topic. But let me just, I had one slide just to conclude, and then I pass on to the next topic. I think we need to get on mute. Ricardo, I was thinking we should take a selfie with all the team here before I forget.
I can.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Smile.
Everyone there, yeah, you can do a selfie. So conclusion, the AI project lifecycle provides structured approach. So we use project lifecycle familiar. There's a special angle that we need to take care when we look at AI projects, but other than that, it's just something that at least in this space we have some kind of advantage because we know it. The scoping it's essential. And like any other projects, even more here, because it's a bit more abstract. And maybe it's a field that we don't know as well. Data collection, we talk about all this, the success metric, and then this is something that you will see embedding more and more in organizations. So I think that was the key takeaways. I think you can read that. I don't want to just spend more time because I know we are a bit short on time. So and we're waiting for a great speaker later on. So did you take the selfie now, Ricardo? Yeah.
Yes, it's already taken. I will send to everybody. Okay.
We can put it in LinkedIn or all these things. Yeah. Ricardo, back to you for session 3.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Let me just spotlight myself. And now we are going. I think this is what I saw Nuno and several others saying. Now I want to know the tools and what I can do. And that's so I will do my best here to show you and use and share with you some of these tools now. So my idea here, it's what we can do to improve your speed and streamline the way you do projects. And of course, I want to start showing just this image. It's not easy, okay? And maybe while we speak, maybe new tools are popping up I subscribe, just to give you an idea, I subscribe to about 10 newsletters on AI, okay? On AI and AI applications. Every single of them comes with something like 3-4 new tools every day. It's just a madness. You can find everything. So what I do, it's most of the time I take a look and I screen based on what I need, what I'm doing and trying. And what I want is just to explain to you and share with you some of the names, some of the demos, what they do, what they don't. And I will do, and in some of them, I will do and I will show how do I use to help me on doing that. But I want to tell you one thing. We are all thinking about applications, about software. It's not. Okay? This is probably the most powerful device. If they deliver, I was not fortunate to see it in my hands, okay? I saw only on video and this, so I never had the chance to use it. But if what they said really becomes reality, it's a big game changer. And I'm not saying for the good, for the bad, but it's just a massive game changer, because with that, they are, just to give you an idea, I was reading, there are more than 14 transformers algorithms in this Vision, Apple Vision Pro, to predict where you will move your eyes to right or to, because you will click based on the movement of your eyes. So just to predict that and improve the speed, the search engine, the autocomplete, it's all using AI and generative AI. And what is super interesting, I will share with you, let me take a note, an article from Wired talking that during the presentation of this product, they never said the word AI because they don't want to scare the customers. So they said neuro tools, transformers, and this, but this is probably the game changer. And why I'm saying this, because probably tomorrow you will wear, Mercedes-Benz has the car with GPT now inside the car. So you talk to the car. You don't type where you want to go on the GPS. You say, look, please find for me the closest, for example, petrol station that with the brand Exxon, and it will find for you. You know, something like that. It will be much more natural. I'm sad today. Can you put a music that will make me feel happier? You know, and so these are all game changers. But now let's go to our project management universe. First thing I want to show you, AI tools for the enterprise use. This is not for you at home to improve your workflow, but these are for companies that are aiming to implement this kind of tool in their enterprise. The first one, and one of the most powerful, it's called Nieto-Robot. What is Nieto-Robot? Nieto-Robot, it's an integration of everything. So from one side, you have all the data that we spoke a lot. These, all your intelligence comes from Power BI to Salesforce to your ERP system, and all the cloud infrastructure you can have in the back. And it connects these three pieces and do pre-modeling and modeling. It means you can start playing with the data. So you can use real data and you can simulate. For example, what happens if this? What is the relationship between that and that aspect? And then you experiment, and this is the key. And then you put in production what you think it's worth. Then you can, and this process, this is the DevOps, this Infinity, but this process is what companies are aiming like crazy today to do, because this, I will use all the information I have and I'm not using yet, using this platform, so I can do that. So let me show you a absolutely quick video of that, just for you to see one piece. I will share with you the video.
I am thrilled to share with you the new Nieto-Robot AI platform. Let me break it down for you. The platform supports the core of machine learning known as ML experimentation. This is the inner loop where data scientists experiment to build models that solve a particular ML problem statement. The next step is getting models into real-world use known as ML production. This is the outer loop where you take your model and integrate them.
Take a look that it's not creating any additional product, and it's not replacing, it's using what you already have. And this is a big trend today. For example, tools like Nieto-Robot are being used for many engineering companies, construction companies to do and understand, for example, from the construction pattern to licensing. For example, you use machine learning to understand what are the reasons for delay on the licensing of, for example, industrial works, and you can do that. So all these experiments you test with real data without damaging the data and without putting them into production. So this is one example. I will not go over on the data.
You see data platforms which contain your enterprise data.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. The problem is that when I'm speaking, I'm not listening to the audio. So sorry, I was speaking on the top of the person. Okay, I will share with you. Sorry for that, because I'm not listening his voice because it's going from my iPad to you directly. Sorry for that. So I will share with you. The other one is predictor. We spoke about that, Antonio and I, in several of our classes. And what I want to explain to you on the predictor is that predictor is a way of doing portfolio management and project selection in a much more complex way. You can compare hundreds of parameters among projects and using the concept of training and predict. It's very similar to what I presented to you at the beginning with the supervised learning to do that. And the predictor is not widely available yet, but it's trained. Nuno, where does predictor get its data? Gets its data from your projects. Predictor is an enterprise tool. Predictor goes to your company, sucks the data from everything, from your ERP, from your data system, and goes back. My dream, now just sharing with you my dream. My dream would be one day where we can get the information of all projects on Earth and put everything in a single database, and we can learn out of that. It's very hard to get, because one of the things that people protect most is their project data. It's very hard for you to find project data that is widely available to train. So most of the time you need to use internal data. What happens is in some sectors you can do that, but it's not very easy. Tariq said about enterprise data privacy are huge impediment. Yes, are huge. But I need to tell you, if we went back 10 years, nobody would say, oh, my email needs to stay in the servers of my company. And today, everybody uses Office 365 and things stored on Google, on the cloud. What is happening today is that there is a massive race to provide AI service in the cloud. This is all the Azure, Google, everybody's playing to offer you these enterprise solutions through this cloud with this protection. What is very hard is when people release their data to be trained. This is where the problem is. So it's very hard for you. You will be trained only with your own projects currently, because nobody allows people to access other projects. So this is predictor. Remember, enterprise, okay? The other one is de facto. De facto is quite similar to data robot, but de facto is to monitoring progress and produce dashboards. It basically, what it does, it takes here all connections you have, from Excel to Microsoft Project to web to Asana to whatever, process this and generate business intelligence. It's something like an ultra strong Power BI to provide you with real-time project information. And this was used by the French government to check the status of the project. So in the palm of the hands in the computer, you know what is happening, what is not happening on that. And this is a tool that is widely available also. The other one, enterprise tool also, it's called Ofolio. And it facilitates a scheduling process and detailed plan. What Ofolio aims to be is like the Google Maps of project management. And I could not find, I'm trying to use it to test, but I couldn't test it yet. But it basically does all the project management process and create your portfolio. This is, in some ways, I don't know if they will like that. And look, I forgot to mention, I do not own any of them except Piamoto. We are not paid by any of them, okay? We are just, okay, sharing this because we think it's good, okay? But so this Ofolio is a competitor in some ways of any dashboard for you to plan tasks. So it has some components of Monday, it has some components of Trello, it has some components of Asana, but it's more towards the language of project management on it, okay? So here is a quick video for Ofolio, just 1 minute for you to take a look. Okay, so this is the advertisement of Folio. As I said to you, I haven't tested it. It looks very promising, but again, it's not something for you tomorrow to empower your productivity, because it's a tool that aims to be used by companies as an enterprise solution in the companies where teams will collaborate. Another thing,
Ricardo,
Antonio, please.
We know the owners of this tool. So Folio was a student of mine in the MBA. So if you see, okay, I want to be introduced to this tool, and de facto also somebody I've been working. So a predictor is Paul. So the good thing is that Ricardo and I have good contacts with these people. So if you say, oh, this might be interesting, just let us know and we put you in touch for whatever, a demo or even going deeper. So this is something that we can provide. Sorry, Ricardo.
No, please, no problem. I saw some questions here. I will answer them in a minute. Okay. Other tools that Trello, Monday, Jira, ClickUp, Asana, and you say, oh, but I know Trello is not AI. Then comes to my note on the right side. Be mindful. Every single player is working and developing AI solutions. There is no single one that you know and is using today that does not is not aiming to operate. So Trello is creating and generating tests and filling Kanban boards for you. Monday is predicting work for you and allocating work. So all of them are doing that. These, remember, we are talking in a market that is in movement. Okay, that is everything. It's is happening at the same time while we speak here. The second, these are the four I want to tell. The second, now let's talk about sector specific. There are four sector specific ones that I want to share with you. One is the Scope Master, mainly for those who work with IT projects, testing for those who work with IT, Maquette for architectural design, and Path for structural design. Look, I could demonstrate to you 100 of them here, but I want just to explain to you, based on your industry. For example, if you work in the automotive industry, I am sure, absolutely sure, that you will find AI tools that are specifically on your segment. So let me just quickly show some of them. So Scope Master. Scope Master is a tool to analyze requirements and refine user stories. So what happens? So you have the use stories, and it will refine the backlog. It will offer you insights. So all of this for your technology project. So it will help you dramatically to improve, for example, when you're building requirements, organizing the requirements of your project, building the use cases, you will see. And their website, Colin is the owner of it, and it's a very nice tool. Okay, we didn't have time, but we would love to have Colin here to explain a little bit more. But this is a tool very specific for those working on technology. The second one is testing from Tricentis. Testing is a testing platform. Remember that when you have a software, one of the things before you go live, you need to test it. You need to put people to test and do that. Testing does that for you. So it simulates fictitious people testing. And based on the feedback and the results, they do more testing in where it's problematic and where it's not problematic, and they report back to you saying this is working, this is not working. So instead of you developing a software and taking waiting 1 week, 10 days to receive a feedback with this, it's at absolutely lightning speed. You can receive that. So these are the two tools. But something that amazed me recently was this maquette. Oh, this what I'm an engineer, okay? And this I was so surprised. Imagine that you have an area, a plot of land, and that you want 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, 1 kitchen. It generates through AI almost unlimited floor plans for you. So let me show you this, because this one, I was so impressed by it. Let me show you the video, because this is something, for example, I'm talking even for a use. Imagine you waiting months for someone to think about a design when you can have this in a matter of seconds. Look, you put the rooms, you press generate. Take a look. Take a look. It generates to you all the drawings based on what you said. Look, if you work in construction, this is almost unbelievable. And also, these two maquette put also the laws, the requirement. For example, a kitchen must have a window in some places. So it respects this. And imagine, I'm not saying, and I will say this a lot before we close, I'm not saying this will produce your final product, but it's an excellent, brilliant set of first options, right? That will move. What is my belief? Let me show you one thing. That what is my belief? Let's put a place here. This is the 0 of you, okay? No information, and this is 100. What I see AI in terms of application in all sense, these first steps from 0 to 5, it's you. You need to do that. You need to write the prompt of ChatGPT. You need to give the maquette, I need 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 5 bedrooms. From 5 up to 80, then AI does. And then from 8 to 100, it's you again, because it will not produce a result that is sharp, perfect, that you just, like we saw, someone told me about a lawyer, I think in the US, that took an answer on ChatGPT and went to the court with the answer of ChatGPT without even analyzing it. And ChatGPT had an hallucination, and the law did not even exist. And he wanted to prosecute ChatGPT. It's crazy, because this last part is you. Now, where the fight is on AI, where the fight is, all apps, they want to squeeze this and this. What they want? They want to ask you less instead of 5.1. They do everything and deliver to you 9.9. This is where the fight is today. But currently, we are still on this here. So there is no way we can take a maquette and print and say it's done. It's a generation. And why I'm saying this, because I will repeat the same story when I'm doing the risk and stakeholder management in a project using GPT. And you will see why I'm saying this. Another one that is brilliant is it's called Path. And this Path path Y, I don't know, is the platform all related to detail of structures and calculation of points. For example, in this, remember, look why I'm doing this. On the maquette, you are talking about more user-friendly, how you draw and design. But let's suppose you are a structural engineer and you need to design. Look what you can do. You can take this kind of tool and do your design completely, and it calculates fatigue, it calculates the chance of collapse, materials, suggests you ways of improvement, everything using AI. Okay, path.ai. So these tools, let me move this way. So these tools are great, and they are a strong synonym. They are a strong synonym of what we see today. For example, I could use and give examples on marketing, automotive industry, chemical industry, medical. I try to find some examples on medical. There are many applications today related to health using AI. Health and safety, for example, cameras locating potential areas of hazards that will drive your team of security and health to address and to protect. So all of this based on artificial intelligence. And now I want to go, I would say, to the favorite piece, right? Okay, this was what Greg, I think, and Nuno and several of you came to me and said, Ricardo, I want to speed up my productivity now. What do I do? I would say all of these, except Piamoto, is available now, and I will show some of them to you. So the first one is called Otter. And this is an amazing, incredible, powerful way to generate meeting notes, project meetings, summarize meetings based on audio. If you remember the first part of the course, I said about you take audio and you generate text, you take image, you take text. So what I want to show you is that with Otter, you can take a project meeting on Zoom, on any tool, or even recording here. I did this many times. I recorded on the phone and I upload, and it writes the summary, the meeting notes, the action points, everything. It's Otter.ai, and it's, I would say, quite cheap, okay? It's quite cheap and easy. I saw it, Duncan said, to transcribe and summarize meetings. And the good thing is, I love it. It summarized the meetings you didn't attend. So what happens if someone invites you and you are not able to attend? You send Otter to attend on your behalf and transcribe for you. When the meeting is over, you receive on your email, this was the meeting, this was the topics of the meeting, and this. So you will receive everything like you were participating on the meeting. So I do this a lot, okay? A lot using this kind of topic here. Let me just...
Ricardo, sorry, any issue with privacy on the...
Yes, this is, I will try to get, because now I'm just seeing the popping up here. Let me just stop for a moment and take some of the questions here, okay? Some of the questions here. Otter is awesome. Anyone try Crisp or Fireflies? I tried Crisp. I have Crisp in it. I'm using Crisp now here, but I use Crisp a lot not to transcribe. I use Crisp a lot to improve the quality of my audio in meetings. It's like I am here, my office is in a studio, okay? For those who went here, it's in a studio. So I have soundproof and everything, but I did this much before COVID. and this is where I record the videos for YouTube. So I have this benefit. But when I'm in a noisy room, I use Crisp, because Crisp reduce a lot the background noise, dogs, dog barking, you know. For example, if you are in a construction site or traveling, I use this, but I don't use Crisp to transcribe. I use Otter. Okay, Fireflies I used also. It's good, but for some reason I use Otter. I think it's easier. Okay, but they do their competitors, and they do the same. Okay, Efrain, how about privacy? Look, the discussion on privacy, it's an endless discussion. Every time you look for convenience, you lose privacy. Every time you decide to take something like this, Alexa, and put in your room, you're making a trade-off. I'm getting convenience because I can talk and ask things, but I'm losing privacy, because who knows what they're listening to, and who knows which kind of operation. This is a trade-off. So Efrain and Paolo that asked about that. Every time you are putting a third-party company to listen to the audio of your Zoom call, okay? Is this a risk? Yes, but the trade-off compensate. If I was working, and this is, I'm being brutally honest, if I was working in a project that is extremely confidential or has an issue on safety, or I would not use Otter today, because I think it could expose to me to a risk that I don't want to get in. But it's part of the life. Okay, it's part of the life for the other cases. You need to mix, and this confidentiality, this is a dilemma in any company. You saw that many of you, I cannot install this tool here, I cannot install that tool there, because it's just do not work. Okay, it just do not work. So and this is why I struggle to give you a definitive answer. If you go to other website, they say that it's all encrypted, everything is encrypted, and this. Some companies allow you to use. I use it normally in most of my projects. I never had a single issue with confidentiality. It's not the same case for ChatGPT, and we'll discuss this later. But Antonio, now I will continue answering the questions, but Vicente just joined it now, so I will just remove my webcam. Let me just go back to the gallery. Hello, Vicente. I saw you entering. I don't know if you are with us. I see so many faces here, but I don't see yours. Did you see him? Antonio, did you find him? I'm just trying to...
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay, Vicente, how are you, my friend? So I will do one thing. I will go here. Let me just see what I can do here, just to highlight, add to spotlight. Okay, let me see. Can you all see him? Because I see a control panel.
Yeah.
You see? Okay, because I'm seeing a completely different screen now. Let me see if I can see now. Hold on. Good, perfect. Let me add Antonio also here. Okay. First, Vicente, thank you very, very much for your time. Okay, for joining us today. It's a really a pleasure for us. So we have here about 64 people attending. As I told you, they are more related to projects, and you have a fascinating life history, and experience with technology. I would assume that not all of them are from technology. So we want to listen from you and also you to ask some of our questions about how AI is changing your life now, because you are, I would say, in the very heart of the, I would say, hurricane, thunderstorm, whatever that is happening. So Vicente, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for your time with us.
Yeah, no, thank you. And, good morning or good afternoon, everyone. So I'm very happy to be here, Ricardo. Thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about what I think it's maybe one of the most important transformations I've seen, maybe the most important one that I've seen in my life, right? And, was there for the beginning of the internet and mobile computing, of course. And I think it's really, it's a remarkable moment in time that we're living. So I want to talk a little bit about that and what it means to me and what I think it may be relevant to some of you. So let me share my screen here, and then let's see. Hold on. Yeah, this may work. Can you guys see my screen? Okay, great. Awesome. All right. So I'm Vicente Silveira, right? And I'll start by telling you a little bit about my career, because I also think, it gives you some context, but I also think it's it's very much part of what I want to share. So so as you can see, I'm a Brazilian, like Ricardo, and born in Rio, graduated as a software engineer, worked as a software engineer for maybe like 4 years and changed, and quickly became manager of engineering teams and bigger engineering teams at that time in Brazil, up to like 40 people. At which point, I don't know how much more of an engineer I was, as opposed to a lot more managing, right, and kind of giving direction. Came to the US in 2001, and my path here, I think I've always wanted to be in Silicon Valley, the heart of things, and I kind of diverted a little bit more to the business side as an account manager, and then product manager as my path to come here, right? So as you can maybe see from this kind of career progression here, is that I was becoming more and more on the business and management side, and less, kind of like on hands-on technical, right? And that's definitely the case. And I worked for companies like LinkedIn at first, actually VeriSign at first, then LinkedIn, then Uber. Then last year, I left WhatsApp or Meta, right? Actually, as part of a round of layoffs, as you know, tech's going through a bunch of layoffs during this cycle, and I think to me, it's like, as one of the things that became very, very clear to me is that I became less and less technical over time. And if some of you that have technical background, it's very easy to just kind of like lose touch with like how to do things, like modern frameworks, modern programming languages, how people deploy software, all those kinds of things, right? The reality when I was programming was completely different. And the interesting thing is, like, when I left Meta, and at the very end of last year, it was really when this kind of AI revolution was starting to become very visible, right? And I immediately started looking at it, just because I always loved technology, and so started looking at it, and fast forward to a few months, maybe half a year to now, and I feel like I'm now becoming, again, sort of an engineer, and I explain what that sort of means. And I think it's now being called like AI engineer, which is an interesting term, and maybe a founder of a company, which is something I never thought I would do, right? So if you look at this and you were to tell me, like last year, Vicente, like next year, you actually be working as a software engineer again of a new kind, right? I would consider that completely impossible. But that is the reality of what's happening to me. And I'll tell you like a little bit more how this is coming to fruition. So yeah, so like, what am I doing now, right? And this is my current thing as a newly minted AI engineer. So as you know, I've heard you guys discussing ChatGPT, of course, extremely popular tool. I'm now a software developer in the ChatGPT ecosystem, and I'm helping extend the capabilities of tools like ChatGPT, right? So my current product is called AI PDF, and shameless plug here. If you have a ChatGPT Plus, you're able to go in there in the plugin store and install this. And what it does, it solves some problems that ChatGPT has, or helps address some of these problems. One, as you know, is that these tools can make up stuff, right? So like they may misremember stuff, what sometimes people call hallucinations. And the other problem is you can't just like get a very, very large document and just paste it in, ChatGPT and ask questions about it, right? So we solve this by allowing you to upload, let's say, a PDF that you're interested in, and then we process that PDF, and we kind of create a search engine based on top of that PDF that ChatGPT can use for you, and then basically get a document like a manual. And here it's a manual for a Tesla, right? And basically, you ask a question, and then it goes and searches in there. And it's not like a search like a Google search or a search that you do on your Google Drive, which are kind of like more like exact search. You kind of have to find the right keyword. These are like meaning-based searches that uses actually AI technology to be able to look for things. Like, okay, even if you didn't use the right words, I understand what you mean, and it searches and retrieves that. And now, we have like about 1.2 thousand users worldwide using this every day, which is a small number, but it's still very early days. But to me, it already blows my mind, right? To see like everyday people from everywhere around the world using it. And so it's like, how did this happen, right? How did I move from being really kind of like a business person now to basically be developing software? And I should say, I did this together with a friend that's a great software engineer. And, he coached me through some of the tricky areas, but a lot of it was also just me, right? So how did this happen, right? And I like to go back and show this image here from a movie that I really like. It's called Hidden Figures. Some of you may have watched that movie, right? And there's this scene. I think it's a very cool scene where so the movie is about based on true story, that the original people that were called computers, right, were mostly women, and they worked with mechanical calculators, electromechanical calculators, doing a bunch of calculation for the U.S. government, usually like in military space type programs, right? And they were really good at their jobs, right? And they were very fast, and basically these women did this. But the movie, of course, romanticizes it. But there's a scene in the movie that someone is wheeling in the first actual computer, mechanical, I guess, digital computer that was going to be used. And the main character, she looks at it and she asks, "What is this?" And the guy says, "Well, this is an IBM computer, and it can calculate a lot faster than you can do, right?" And so she goes in and she sees that, and she goes and she steals the manual of the computer, and then basically starts teaching her team on how to program, I think back there in Fortran. So to me, this is very inspirational, because it's about what do you do when a major change is on the verge of happening, right? And it can be threatening to you in your identity and how you make your livelihood. What do you do, right? And to me, what this means is like, embracing the change, right? And being with the change. So to me, that's very important. So when I looked at this and I saw this coming out, I started basically, and kind of now going back to what happened to me after leaving WhatsApp and Meta, is at first I was just trying to look for, maybe another job and talking to someone in OpenAI. And eventually I didn't get a job, but I got an API key that allowed me to develop for ChatGPT, one of the first ones. And I'm like, but I can't do this. But you know what? Maybe I can. And using ChatGPT itself, he basically taught me how to do these things. And he taught me how to build this product. And he actually built chunks of this product itself, with very little feedback from me. And I just put the pieces together, I tested, I provided, and we worked together. So in many ways, ChatGPT was my junior programmer, right, that worked with me to build these tools that are now being used by people. So this process has really, I think, has been transformational for me, right? Like every day, if you ask me what I do, sit in front of the computer and I work with ChatGPT on building software, right? And I think I work with it as pretty much as I would work with a remote developer, right? And I criticize its work. I ask for advice. We go back and forth. I know it has limitations, right? And we need to be very aware of those things, but it allows me to do things that I can't do. One other analogy that I like to use is like, if you like mountain biking, right? A lot of people like mountain biking, but as you get older, or maybe, there's like a hill that's beyond your skill level, and you just can't do it, right? But now with electric mountain bikes, you can get to the top of any hill, right? And it opens up the sport to a lot more people. Of course, if you're not fit, you don't know what you're doing, it's also a good way to get hurt on the way down, right? So you need to take these two things into account. And to me, that's really like what I try to keep in mind when I do this, right? It allows me to do things that I thought I would never be able to do anymore. At the same time, I know I need to be careful because this is new technology. I need to know how to use it, and I need to learn with it, and I need to understand its limitations. Yeah, so I think when I look at the field, right, and I think it's interesting because if you go online, you go on Twitter or whatever social platform you want, or news source, you may at times think that things are just like unbelievable. The AI is here, is replacing everyone, and no one's going to have a job tomorrow or anything like that. And I think the reality, it's a lot more nuanced than that. I think that we are right now at a stage that is both very immature and incipient, but at the same time very promising, right? So I like to look back at things like the launch of Windows 3, right? Or the first iPhone, or the beginning of the internet, right? And when you look at these things, and I was there for all of them, they all had all kinds of problems, right? It's like, the first versions of Windows, I mean, it was just terrible. It would crash all the time. And, it was kind of pretty, easier to use, and it showed like a new way of doing things, right? With the graphical user interface, which was not trivial. I remember trying to teach people to use the mouse back then. I was like, wait, double click, like this just didn't make sense. But it was a new way of doing things that had a lot of promise, right? Same thing with the first iPhone, same thing with the beginning of the internet. And actually not even the beginning, even as the internet was rolling out. And I remember working in Brazil, I was trying to sell the banks back then. They would have internet banking. Well, it wasn't internet banking. They would have like home banking that it was enabled via, you would dial up, right? Basically your computer would connect to the bank's computer, right? Using a dedicated line that the bank would rent, right? And I remember the bank, management people saying, I'm never going to use the internet. Like how, like who owns the internet? I'm like, well, actually, no one owns it. It's kind of like, oh, really? So if there's a problem, who do I complain to? What's my SLA for the internet? And what about security? I heard it's all porn and people hacking stuff. So the reality was that those two things were true. At the same time, it was very incipient, very fragile, and you probably didn't want to put all of your internet banking or all your home banking on the internet back then. But at the same time, it was also true that pretty soon it would be, and if you're not ready for it, you would be non-competitive, right? So I think that's kind of like the stage that we are. And so I think what it means to me is like AI technology, and I know by using it every day, it's very brittle. It's easy to show these prototypes, right? Like you go online, there's like people are doing unbelievable things. And as a prototype, you can do crazy things. They're very amazing. The problem is, how do you make those things work consistently, right? In a production environment. And especially if you're expecting it to be unsupervised, right? I also, I have a Tesla, right? Electric car, and it has what is called full self-driving, software package, which also uses AI, and it's being developed over a number of years now, and it's getting really good, right? But it still cannot drive by itself. It basically, I have to supervise it, and because sometimes it makes mistakes, and I don't want to, get into a crash because of it. So AI, with that analogy, I think a lot of these technologies, even if it's not like driving a car, they can work really well as a co-pilot, right? Helping you accomplish something under supervision, or even as a specialist when they're doing something that you yourself may not know how to do, as long as you can verify the correctness of that, right? So like with programming, right, for me, I may not understand necessarily all the code that the AI is generating for me. I have a good idea, but maybe not in all the details and implications. But there are ways for me to test that it's correct, right? And as things get more serious, then I may have to do more things to make sure it's correct in many other ways. But so as long as you can verify correctness, that is important. So I think to think about this as extending, right, your capability as a co-pilot or a specialist under supervision, I think it's a good way to think of it. The third thing is that everything is changing so fast. And, actually, what a project I did this weekend was to basically create a Twitter bot that helps people keep up with the number of papers that come out on AI every day, right? Like yesterday was a holiday here, and we had 124 papers that came out on one website that publishes these types of papers. So things are moving very fast. So we have to keep this in mind, right? So it's very fluid. So if I want to leave you with a message, I think a lot of this applies to me as well. So it's a message just as much to you as it is to me. Things will seem scary and overwhelming, right? It does to me a lot of times. If I just go on Twitter, I'm like, there's not even a point of doing anything. Everyone has done everything that could be done. Or, people that are working on this have a lot more resources than I do. So what's the point? Or, pretty soon no one's going to get a job, have a job anyway. So what's the point, right? So things can seem very scary and overwhelming. But the way that it has worked for me is it's just really to focus on what I can do, choose small things that I can work on, and then use that to improve myself. Or if you work at a company, your organization, your team, with AI, right? And then you start seeing that, not everything that is posted online is reality, right? And I can't stress this enough, but try to work with AI as much as you can. And the reason I say that is because, at least for me, it's kind of like when Windows came out, it's sort of like a new language, so to speak, right? I mean, even though you're using English or whatever the language you're talking to AI in, it's a dynamic. It's kind of like if you have a new employee, right? And as you talk to that new employee, you see, oh, interesting, he can do this, but he cannot do that, right? If I ask this way, or if I ask this other way, or actually I'm bad at this, but he actually, this employee or this AI is good at this. So learning this process, right? It's almost like, in some ways, it's similar to management, right? It's like if you're hiring people, they have strengths and weaknesses. Only way to find out is to interact with them. And last, I leave you with this, which I think for myself, as you know, maybe my company will grow. We'll see. I will think of AI a lot before I hire, coach, or train any person, because I don't want anyone to be pigeonholed and doing things that will be easily replaced. I want them to actually be embracing these things and be surfing this wave together with me instead of like being left behind. So I think that's really important. Anyway, so that's what I had. I think we had time for questions.
Vincent, thank you very much. I don't know if I call you Vincent or Vicente, because one is using Portuguese, the other one is in English. But first, thank you very much. Thank you for being so honest. We have some questions here, but I want to start with a more personal question. Your work experience, LinkedIn, Meta. I'm saying for, I would say, normal people, these are, I would say, companies at the very edge of what is going on and what is happening. If you have a crystal ball and you could see how the world will look like 5 years from now, what would you bet on? I would say, if you have, to bet on something, what do you think the world will be? I would say in general terms, do you think that these companies will become even more powerful? Do you think AI will just be part of everything we do? How do you think about jobs? I know it's not an easy question, but what would be your best guess?
Yeah, it's so hard to predict these things, but I would say, companies you mentioned like Meta, Microsoft, Google, I expect them to benefit from this wave as long as they can deal with their conflicts of interest, right? So a big conflict of interest right now for companies like Google and I would say especially Google, right, is that the relationship, like this, like a lot of what we see today on the web has been built on the premise of like the economy of attention, basically advertising, right? So you get a ton of like free stuff on the web because there's ads, right? But now with AI, this relationship with ads, it's not super clear how it's going to pan out, right? As you may have seen, a bunch of stuff is happening, like Twitter is cutting down on traffic that was being used to train AIs, because of course they need to show ads there. Google took a super long time to release Bard because they couldn't figure out, and I don't think they have still figured out how to show ads in a world. Yeah, show ads in a world where maybe an AI will be bringing you all the answers that otherwise you'll be surfing the web for. The web is, from my view, foundationally broken today because there's so many ads. We're the late stage ad economy, right? So that is a problem. But kind of going back to your question, I think these companies have an advantage because they have a lot of money and they have a lot of talented people and they have a lot of basically initial work they have done around AI to leverage from and products they can plug into, right? So I expect, for example, for things like WhatsApp, or Messenger, things like that, these are all going to be backed by an AI that will help, for example, small businesses be able to, answer questions 24/7, right? So like this kind of basic stuff, that's going to happen in 5 years for sure, right? If I can predict anything. So if you're small businesses in anywhere in the world and you take, like my brother-in-law in Brazil, 75% of your inbound is WhatsApp messages. You're not going to be answering that manually. That's going to be an AI answering that for you. And, really like a really smart AI, not the stuff we have today. on most kind of auto-respond. So that kind of stuff's going to happen. I think new companies will show up simply because these big companies, they have a hard time pivoting into new areas, right? So there's a lot of space for new companies to show up. I also believe that we are in an economy expansion phase. What that means is, like, when the internet came about, or the computer came about, it expanded the economy, the world's economy. So it's much bigger now than it was before. It didn't have like a $3 trillion company like Apple before. It's going to happen again, right? The economy is going to grow a lot. So there's a lot of opportunity to create value and to innovate. I also think that, and I know this having worked at Meta, is that companies have overhired, especially in tech. I was laid off, so I can't speak of that. They have overhired, and there's a lot of people that are doing jobs that are, even in like top-end companies, that should not be jobs at all, right? In this new world, right? Because they're doing repetitive job, and they're doing jobs that will be automated by these technologies. So, but these companies have already hired these people. So it's kind of hard to turn around, even if, you know, there are layoffs and things like that. The way you think is different. New wave of companies. If I grow my company, I will make sure that I don't hire anyone that is not that is going to be doing a job that will be, you know, automated extremely soon, or that will not be working with AI to make sure that anything that can be automated will be automated, right? And so yeah, so I think that, to me, those things are going to happen. I think we're going to see robotics. You know, if you work in industries where moving things, atoms, is important, I think robotics is going to happen outside of a cage in the coming years. There's like a number of companies now that are working on, you know, robots that can be close to a person, right? Like a human figure type robot, not in the houses in 5 years, but starting in the factories for sure. I think that's going to happen. I think that's going to create opportunity for manufacturing to happen closer to where people actually buy products, right? So a little bit like a reverse globalization on that. So there's opportunity there as well. I think huge opportunity. Like, I don't know how education is going to look like. You know, I think we're all going to have to figure that out. But for sure, you know, I see this as a huge opportunity for education to be transformed, because we teach today to the average person or the average student, and that's really a shame, because, you know, you have a lot of people that learn in very different ways, and AI is actually very good at adapting, right? That's one of the beauties of this, is like, you can always turn to even ChatGPT. You turn to it and you're like, I don't understand this, or explain this to me as someone that's not in the field, right? And you can ask as many questions as you want. The teacher is there just for you, right? So I think it's a huge opportunity to use this as a way to have more individualized training, right? And I think I use this mental model that I think is useful to think about for what the future looks like, which is, think about anything that a very rich person can do today, right? And then project how people that are not as rich will be able to do this tomorrow with the help of this kind of technology, right? And I think this has worked in the past, right? So if you look, you know, in the past, if you wanted to, you know, send a message far away, right? It was very expensive to send a telegram or stuff like that. Now it's like extremely cheap, right? So just think about, like, what could you do if, you know, you could have a tutor, right, for every child on earth, right, that has access to a smartphone. You know, a tutor that's good, like as a private tutor. So those types of things, and think about that in terms of companies as well. So I think these capabilities, right, will be coming down, I guess, downstream from where they are today in terms of accessibility. I don't know if I fully answered your question, or I diverted a little bit.
Yeah, I honestly, we'll have to wait 5 years to see if the question was answered right or not, because, you know, the future is so unpredictable. But you gave me one point that I loved, is what you just said about education. And why I'm saying this, because my daughter, she's on the first year of biotechnology at the Imperial College in London. And 3 months ago, she received a message from the Imperial College. ChatGPT is banned. Do not use it.
Yeah.
We'll detect and we'll punish you. You know, it was this way. This way. 10 days ago, she started having classes on how to do prompt engineering on ChatGPT. And yesterday, the Russell Group is the group that controls, the government group that controls all universities in the UK, including Cambridge, Oxford, released a public statement saying, we cannot go against it. We cannot ban it. We need now to handle it. I will share with the group on the chat the message they send. We need to manage. This is the future, you know, because students will use it. We will have to work on how people will not do the creative the aspect, but how they will maximize, because people will do that. So, and this is a fantastic point. I have some quick questions from the group here. There are many. I will just select some of them. Where are you as an individual if your company does not seem to embrace AI yet? You're in a company and they don't think, they think it's just, you know.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, my nephew works for a very large online retailer, and they can't use it at work, right? And I was just showing him what I've been doing, and he's like, "Oh, it's unbelievable." It's like, you know, because they don't. Eventually, they will have its own homegrown, developed version. But I think it's a very tough spot, because I decided for myself that whatever I'm going to work with is going to be working with this, right? Not everyone may be in a position to be able to execute on that, right? You have a job, you need that specific job. But I would, if possible, I would pivot to opportunities that would allow me to exercise this skill on a daily basis. I think that's, you know, otherwise you're being delayed on this revolution, and you don't want that, right?
No,
so,
you're being. I would be a little bit less polite. You were very polite. It's, you know, if a company does not see that, and you have other options, you just need to go for it, because it cannot, because, you know, when you are on the wrong road, you need to stop and go back. And I love one phrase that always in my mind from Goldratt, say the first thing you need to do when you are in a hole is to stop digging, you know, because otherwise you'll just get more and more in trouble. But look, at several people here, Omar, Marley saying, thank you. It was a great talk. Thank you. Thank you. Dozens of them. Marina, what will happen to the startups in the Silicon Valley as AI will be part of our daily life? How do you think the startup ecosystem will be?
Yeah, I think startups are still, well, first of all, you know, startups are very crafty in terms of dressing themselves with whatever is the latest fashion, right? So right now, if you look at Y Combinator or any of these, you know, organizations that track startups or create startup ecosystems, a lot of it, majority now is all AI, right? Because, you know, people before maybe they were crypto at some point, now it's like stuff is AI, right? So startups are very good at that, and it's almost like nature, right? When it's like, you know, in nature, a bunch of animals kind of like they camouflage itself with whatever is it, you know, so everyone's camouflaging themselves with AI now. That doesn't mean necessarily that they're going to win, right? And you really need to think that in this revolution, there will be big winners, there will be, you know, small winners, and there will be a ton of, you know, stuff that just doesn't go anywhere, right? Like it was before. And it's very hard to tell the difference, right? Between one and the other, right? It's just like, two startups that talk about AI, they do AI, they are AI to the core. One of them is real, the other one is not. With the beginning of the internet, there was like three companies I was tracking. One was selling, it was going to sell like groceries over the internet. The other one was selling pet stuff over the internet. The other one's selling books over the internet. The books one, the books one, was the only one that survived, right? It was hard to tell back then. They all seemed like it's on the internet, different things. So, but startups will do well, and I think, but which ones? That's very hard to tell.
Great. Two more. There are many, but I'm just selecting two final questions here for us. Omar is asking you, what future is for working with GDPR and privacy policies with all AI and the copyright? We had a discussion on that, I would say 1 hour ago, but what is your take on that?
Yeah. It's funny, I work in privacy at WhatsApp, and WhatsApp is a very privacy-minded company. It's very interesting. Inside Facebook, right? It's
it's great.
Yeah, it's an interesting place. I think, yeah, it's a huge challenge for privacy, right? Like privacy was still working through like the previous generation of technology and advertising and all of that, and now you throw AI in, and AI it's a lot different, right? Because it's like, where's the data being sourced, right? What's the say of who generated that data into that data being used to train these models, right? How is this data in the end being expressed in the output of the work, right? Is there a leakage there, right? So there's so many questions, right? And I think we have barely started there. I think there will be very big lawsuits along the way, right? I think they already started suing OpenAI, and that's not going to stop. So there will be, like the beginning of everything, there will be a time between. I don't know if you guys remember the beginning of streaming, right? So when people started downloading music on the web, and there was all these like peer-to-peer apps. And it was the Wild West, right? And it was like, and it felt like there were only two possible worlds, right? The world of the record labels and you buying an album and all those kinds of things. And then the world of the streaming underground and, kids getting letters from the FBI saying that, they were violating federal law. So it seemed these two things were very incompatible. But then, here we are today. And I don't remember when was the last time I bought like an album that wasn't streamed to me in some way. Everything is streaming now. So eventually, we figure it out. But yeah, it's very challenging.
Yeah. Oh, really? A very insightful question. Marina and Nuno completed. Would you like your child to have a human or an AI tutor in the next 5 years? What about a tutor for an adult? And then Nuno, what about an AI avatar that looks and acts like a human on screen, creating custom just-in-time courses, mentoring, and tutoring?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is stuff. I don't know if my wife would give the same answer as but I think that I don't know if it's a fair question in the sense that maybe it's a fair question for me or people on the call here, but most people can't afford the human tutor, right? So for them, it's like, would you like something or nothing, right? So there's the start there. I think beyond that, even being able to afford, I think there is a difference, right? And the difference is like we're actually in the process of getting a tutor for my daughter for math over the holidays because we want to make sure she gets some backup math before she goes into high school, and we'll be a human tutor, right? It's great, but there's some of the logistics there, which is that a human tutor is available at certain times of the day. There's like a slotted amount of time that you can work through, and I think it's important and it's great, and we're going to hire it. But when I think of how I work with AI and the AI as being my programming tutor in many ways, one of the things that I like is that it's completely available to me whenever I want, whenever I feel like, and I can set the pace of the discussion. I can direct it whatever I want. So it's, in some ways, it's like, I wouldn't be able to get someone to do that for me 24/7, right? So sometimes I want to do something at 10 p.m. Sometimes I don't want to do it in the morning. Sometimes I'm more inspired at a certain time, and the AI is always there for me, right? So in a way, it's like they're different in those two angles. I think there's space for both, and I think that tutors, I think, need to understand that these tools exist, and I think maybe we need to focus more on helping kids ask questions, right? Sometimes we think like the answer is the hard thing, right? It's like, oh, how do I do this? Right now, you tell me how to do it. Okay, but now that I have this AI thing that can do things for me, so the doing is easier, I'm back to the question part, which is, what are the questions should I ask? Like, what's the product that I should build, right? What is the problem that I'm trying to solve? Like, so taking people, up-leveling them to the question level, I think it's an opportunity. And I think tutors can also expand into this area, which is like, what are the questions you should be asking the AI, right? How do you up-level this thinking so that you can continue this work even when the tutor is not available to you?
Yeah, that's perfect. Look, Vicente, we are running out of time, so we are already 15 minutes more than the time I agreed with you for your time here with us. So first, thank you very much. There are, I will send to you a lot of messages. Thank you, inspiring. So thank you very much. Muito obrigado. Thank you for being with us and enlightening us with your view. And I see you in August, okay, when I will be in the Valley, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay,
nice meeting
take
everyone.
care. Thank you very much. Okay, bye-bye. See you.
Bye-bye.
Look, let's continue here. It's very inspiring. I would love to stay, talking more, but we need to move on because I have other things to show you. So going back to our talk. Hold on. Okay. I was talking about otter, and we have many questions here. I try to answer some of them. So otter, together with crispy fireflies. So this saves time. We're talking about productivity now. Another thing that saves time, and I saw already in the chat, and even with the tool Vicente just told us, it's UMATA. UMATA is, again, a new layer you add on the top of the GPT. For example, on the top of the GPT here, on the top of the GPT, you add the layer of your PDF. And with this layer, you can ask any question you want. It will combine the content of your PDF with the content of GPT, for example, and it will improve and solve some of the problems that GPT has, that I call them like pasteurization of language. You write and pretty much every answer looks the same. It's a lot of words, but not too much dense content. So UMATA is this, and I want just to show you one example, because I did this test, and this is a very quick video. Before I press play, I took the James Webb Space Telescope report, and I asked it to do to analyze the risks for me. So just take a look to see how fast. So this is the document. I downloaded the document, the PDF. I went to UMATA. I upload the document. When it's uploaded, I wrote whatever I wanted. I wanted the risks, and I press, and it's answer with all the tags to the original document. Marina asked me on the UMATA, about does it do financial analyze finance and this? The answer is for simple finance, yes. For complex finance, it's not so simple. What I do, for example, because I am also a board member of some companies, and I need to analyze a balance sheet, I upload the balance sheet and I ask some questions. But again, what I do, let me just make sure you are mindful of that. What I do here, I take from zero to this. This is the PDF document. Then Umata does this up to here. This is Umata. But then here, it's Ricardo again with his smile, working to see if this makes sense. Because sometimes, even with Umata, I had hallucinations. Something like, it creates something that it does not exist. Remember, what I'm trying to save is this time. It's 80% of the time. I'm not trying to save 100% of the time. Remember, this final leg is always you. This is what Vicente said many times. If you don't think this way, if you think it will be ready, then it will be a problem. Another application that I like a lot is Gamma. Gamma is to prepare nice, beautiful slide decks, reports, business, and it's super powerful. The link is gamma.app. And look, take a look here how nice. It's truly nice, and it generates the content. You give the topic, look, a presentation about a business case. It generates for you based on GPT again, the source, and it will generate a PowerPoint. And now the new version even exports the PowerPoint. So it's a super nice tool. Look, this is you creating in 1 minute. This is a save timer. Of course, you need to read what is written because inside you may find hallucinations, okay? Another tool that this is a tool that I use truly all the time. Every single email you receive from me is Grammarly and Killbot. This is for language, and now they support multiple languages. Every time you need, this is a communication. Remember, what does this matter to project manager? Communication. You are preparing a report. You are preparing a contract. Anything that you need to save time and make sure you have the right language. This is what I use absolutely all the time. This is Grammarly working. It rephrases and does that for you. It can do whatever you want here in terms of content, okay? Whatever you want, it can do. Let me show you Killbot. Let me show you Killbot. This is Killbot, okay? Killbot does something even different, okay? Different. Let me do one thing. Let me just open a tab here, and let me open BBC, okay? BBC, the BBC website. Let me just take here, okay? Then I'm taking any text here, okay? From here to here, okay? Copy. Then I come to Killbot. I paste on Killbot, okay? Okay, this is the original text. And what is the wonderful thing? Do you want to tell the same message in a creative way? You press creative. And it will generate the new text that says the same thing, but using more creative words. If you say, no, I want more formal, you press formal, and it will rephrase to a formal document. If you want to be more formal. If you want to reduce the size of this text, you press shorten. All using AI. All using AI. And you can do whatever, and it does grammar check. And this is all absolutely 100% AI-based environment. This is, I use all the time, and this is every single report I produce, every single communication I make, I use this absolutely all the time, okay? And now Piemoto. So let me explain to you Piemoto, because I know everybody said about Piemoto, but what is the idea of Piemoto? Piemoto is like ChatGPT, but for all things project management. So we have a very big ambition. It's to be the powerhouse of every content you have in project management. And how do we do that? We do this in 3 layers. And this is just to explain to you this. This blue line is the foundation layer, this that I'm coloring with the red here. This foundation layer is, I would say, Azure Machine Learning Services. That is GPT-4. Okay, and it can be Llama, it can be Palm, it can be from Google, it can be from Meta, but this foundation layer has the generic way. And what is the aim here? It's to produce and understand natural language. Natural language means you write the way you want, okay? Then the second layer, the green layer, is the project management layer. What we did, we already uploaded all my content and Antonio content, every single of the 600 podcasts, videos, everything. And these are not the podcast. The podcast is not there. But the podcast generates a transcript, and the transcript feeds this blue layer here. And it generates more tokens on related content on project management. So what happens? People will, I'm talking just for you to understand the content. People will enter here, and this is the normal subscription. People will enter here, and they will have the collection, and they may ask questions about, please create for me 10 questions of the PMP exam, or people can ask, what is the best process to do a mining, to evaluate the risks of a mining project using front-ended loading? You can do that because it will have this specific knowledge. And now you understand on the business side, one of the key things is IP and everything to get this green layer is what we are working now. And then the third one is the enterprise layer. The enterprise layer is for enterprise clients that will have, for example, let me give you an example. Siemens. Siemens can have this solution on their environment, and they can feed this PMO with their own data here. And their own data, I will not have any access as PMO. I will not have any access to that. But then it will search on the financials of the projects, on your ERP, on everything, on this enterprise layer. So you will have, as a company, an enterprise solution that will have everything of the PMO plus all your company, for example, way of working, methodology, for example, the PMO process, everything. For example, you will not need to do templates anymore. So this is an example. So I'm just explaining to you this lecture here is not about PMO, but I'm just showing you. And also, I use this on Antonio's part on the second, and I will use next about the challenges. You know, it's very easy, it's simple for me to tell you this story, but to build this in an evolving environment, you have no idea. Just Microsoft, they changed their capability of the machine learning service something like 20 times in the past 45 days. Why? Because it's all moving pieces, you know, all moving. You are trying to build something on the top of something that is also being built. So it's a very complex environment. But I want to show you, this is our alpha, very first alpha. This is not the screen you will see, I hope, okay, because we already have the new, but this was just for tests, but just to give you an idea. And this is exactly what Marina asked about ways of working. So I'm doing my first project. What type of documents do I need to produce as my first project? So it creates the product backlog, plan your sprints, because I already said that I'm using Scrum. Okay, so it understands that what is Scrum. It understands specifics of project. It can answer you questions on earned value. It can answer to these questions. So it's something. What is the aim? As Vicente said, it's someone on your side sitting with you that knows project management and that can help you to deliver your project. Again, it will not solve everything, but it will help. It's like a chat. Imagine a chat GPT that was specifically trained in the project environment. Okay, this is a PMO tool. Okay, and now for me, one of the coolest parts, I want to close this class. Please stand with me for more 10 minutes, okay? I'm promising, because I want to show you one thing using GPT that is a very practical, down-to-earth use of GPT-4, and I will do this on the computer now. So let me just share my screen here. Just give me 1 second. I want to open ChatGPT. Okay.
Because I'm going to a radio show to talk about this stuff in Spain, and it goes live now. So I look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you. It was really, really, really.
Thank you, my friend. See you next week. Okay.
Thank you.
I will take care of them. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know. I see.
Okay. So look, take a look on this. Take a look. This is ChatGPT. Okay. This is ChatGPT, and then I want just to play with you. Let me just bring your screen here. Okay. Then this is the GPT Plus. I have a paid subscription, and I'm putting GPT-4 here. Let me show you some routines. I'm planning to build a house. Okay. And I wrote this prompt. Suggest the first level of a work breakdown structure of a new house I want to build for my family. Please split the work by types of work required in the house. This is my prompt. Look, there is nothing here. Then I press click here. Take a look on the answer. It's explained to me what's a WBS and a simplified version. Did you see? And it creates here for me. Look, I'm not. Okay, I'm here. I'm not touching anything. Okay, this is not recorded. This is live. I'm doing now. Okay, look, and then what you do? It's like your tutor, and it's writing for me and explaining the 10 items. Right now, okay, putting okay, and now I'm saying I'm not happy. I put here only the items. I want to copy them. Okay, because I want to copy them to Microsoft Project, to a Trello board. Okay, sure. Did you see? This is GPT. Every time I do that, I get scared, you know, and it took me a second. Now, let me do a second one. It's a little bit different. I created, I'm telling the first level of WBS of my new home. And this is foundation, walls, ceiling, electrical work, carpeting. Look, my question, am I missing something? Then I press. Your work breakdown structure covers the majority of tasks. However, I suggest something added. He's suggesting me to add roofing, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, exterior work, landscape. Look, imagine the power of a brainstorming doing this. It took me, what, 1 minute, right? 1 minute. So did you see? And I can say, please send, please put a final list with your items and mine line by line to be copied. Did you see? It took me all this journey 3 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes, done. You copy here, or you just mark and copy, done. Let me go to a new chat. Every time I go to a new chat, I'm like reset the memory of that discussion on GPT. And now I will be a little bit more pragmatic here. I want to do a stakeholder analysis. So what I did, I'm building a new house where I will live with my family. I need a list of the main stakeholders of this project. I want them. Include the following information for each stakeholder: the level of interest in the project, low, medium, high, power and influence over the project, low, medium, high, and suggest for me a communication approach, including what I should communicate, when, who, where, and how to communicate. And please present this in a table, okay? I don't want this in a line. I want this in a table. GPT-4, enter. Take a look. Can you believe? It's creating for me the stakeholder. It took 1 minute. Of course, remember, I'm bringing from 0 to 5 was my prompt. 5 to 80, AI. Now I need to read this and make sure that there is no hallucination, nothing. But take a look, it's producing for me. In a matter of what, 1 minute. So interior designers, suppliers, look, and take a look on what it was produced in a table for me that I can use now. Look, I use this example. You can copy this prompt and do the same way tomorrow. Now let me do my third demo. And why I'm showing you this demo? Because I'm using this all the time. Okay, every time. I don't do brainstorming anymore. Honestly, between us, I don't do. My first brainstorming, it's ChatGPT brainstorming or PMOto brainstorming when it's ready. But now look this. My last example. Risk. The same house. I'm building a new home for my family. Prepare a list of detailed risks for the new project based on different types of work that need to be done. Please use the following structure. What is the risk? What is the trigger for the risk? And what is the impact area if the risk happens? Combine this structure into one phrase for each risk and write one per line. Let's see if it will understand. Sometimes it works directly, sometimes, look. It's creating for me the risks. But one thing it didn't understand, that I want this in a phrase. So what it did 3 pieces. So now what I will do, I would say, I want it in one single phrase, combining the event, the trigger, and the impact in one single sentence. Look, I'm talking, understood. Did you see? It's now rewriting the risks for me with all of this. Imagine how much time. Look, just to write down, it will take you more time. Just to write this down, it takes more time than using GPT. This is why I'm saying it's so helpful for you that you can do. I use this for pretty much everything when I need to do a first stab on something. And now my last thing, I will do this. I will do this. Now I have the risks here. I will ask it to calculate probability and impact using the scale very low, low, medium, high, and very high, and place them in descending order of magnitude. Okay? suggest also potential responses to each of the risks using accept, mitigate, transfer, or avoid, and explain that. So I want to do the full risk management process. I press here, click, and just watch. Probability, look, did you see? It's suggesting me the action, mitigate, what you do to mitigate, use contract terms, qualify contractors. Did you see? And this is just a matter of, I said to you, the demo will be 10 minutes. It's 9 minutes so far. So did you see? And of course, I don't have anything very specific here. The only tip I want to give to you, it's to use, and this will be our homework, okay? Don't worry. But I want just to show you, look, it's written. It's still writing and preparing. Then what you do, you just copy this and paste this on whatever tool you want. Of course, take a look if there is nothing that is just wrong that you need. But did you see how easy it is? Let me now show this. Take a look on this. Let me just stop sharing my screen. Okay, now take a look on this. I want just to give you a tip for you now. Every time you want to do a ChatGPT prompt, you should use this concept, CSIF. Every single prompt you make, you do with CSIF. C, you need to give context. This is when I said, I'm building a house for my family to live with my family, whatever. S means specific. You need to be clear on what you want. I said very low, low, medium, high, very high. I could say 1 to 10. I could have said that, but I need to be specific. I intend. Intent is what you want. You need to be clear. For example, probably my intent on the first, say, put everything in a phrase, it didn't understand. Then I was more clear on the second one. And so it's very important. What do you want the GPT model to do, or BARD, or whatever? And F stands for format. What is the format you want that answer to be? You want to be a paragraph, a phrase, a bullet, a table, a bullet point, a numbered list, whatever. You need to be very clear. So this is what you need to keep in mind. CSIF. Context, specific, intent, and format. If I write on GPT saying, I want prepare a work breakdown structure for a house, there is a chance that it will not be very good. But if I say, I want a house that has 3 floors and this, probably it will be much more sharp the way it will produce. So this is what is called prompt engineering. There are even people now doing courses of prompt engineering. It's exactly to make sure that you make these first 5 steps, 5%, very well to have a nice answer to your process. So this was the case study and the demo I want to do for you. These are limitless, the possibilities. You can do whatever you want, on this. And you will see that it will create a very nice foundation for you. For example, to do brainstorming, to identify risks, to identify stakeholders, to identify clauses on contracts. All of these, you can do that easily, okay? Even to teach people how to do that. Now, some conclusions of our day, okay? you already saw, I'm saying this 200 times, our universe on AI, it's endless. There are several niche applications, several. I think Kristen asked me about a news aggregator using AI, and there are so many tools, so many that I don't even know how to start. You know, just use Google or use ChatGPT to ask, and you will find something that will help you easily, okay? Easily on that. For me, what is very key point for you to leave this first day, because we didn't discuss today the ethical, the implications. We will discuss this on the second. But you need to understand the universe. For example, I was so happy when Vincent said about supervised learning. He said in his talk, now all of you know what is supervised learning, what is unsupervised learning, what is deep learning, and the difference. It's very important for me. You cannot be good at something if you don't know what is behind that. This is why, for example, I'm not an AI expert, but I'm a project manager, but I'm studying because I want to know how this will impact my life and how I can make the best use of that. Another thing, AI is evolving. Every single step you are doing today, remember, it's in a moving foundation. You know, things are moving. You are moving and you are trying to plan on the top of something that is moving. So new algorithms, new tools, tomorrow someone will create something. So you need to understand what is the context that you are operating and what kind of assumption you need to take when you, for example, like in part 2, you develop an AI tool. For example, one of the critical things for me was to be platform agnostic. I'm using Microsoft now, but if tomorrow I need to connect to Lambda or I need to connect to any other Palm, I can do that. I can do that. You know, my model is already trained. Probably I will spend a week training on that, okay? What is critical is the collaboration between the people that has the AI expertise and people with the domain expertise. You know, because I'm not the one developing PMO. I'm not. I am the one envisioning, directing, managing the project, asking questions, testing, leading, but I'm not the expert doing that. There is someone, and we need to collaborate on that, okay? Our homework. So I have a homework for you for next week, and this is a required homework, okay? Open your free account on ChatGPT. If you have not yet, please go chat OpenAI. It's free. Second, pick any project you want. Any. It can be a personal project. One thing that I suggest, and this I'm suggesting now, don't put anything confidential. I don't do that on ChatGPT. I don't do that because it's a beta, it's a platform, so I don't use. But pick anyone. It can be your personal project, and I want you to create a stakeholder management plan. But I want you to be 100% GPT. It means you cannot touch, you cannot rewrite, you can only rewrite the prompt, not the answer. It's not for you to put on Word and do a proofreading, no. And then you will take a note of the positives and negative sides of what you did. I want you to read the stakeholder management plan, and I want you to be honest and say, was it great? Was it okay? Was it bad? Was it a disaster? Useless? And I will invite 2 students next week to present and to show us. So you can capture the screen and this, but what I want, you tell me, oh, I did the project of my vacation. I'm planning to do this. I did this prompt. This was the answer. I like it because of this. I didn't like because of that. I want your analytical experience, and I want to force you, all of you, to be 100% on ChatGPT by next week. It's imperative. If you have one thing to do this week, okay, is to do that. And it takes you 10 minutes to do that, okay? It takes you absolutely 10 minutes to do that. Okay, now, before we finish, I have two housekeeping things to you. First, for you to evaluate today's session, okay? This is a 2 minutes, so you just point your phone to this QR code and feel, was it good? Well, we need to improve on this. You know, we are doing this from our heart, okay? The best we can here. But if there is room for improvement, please let us know. Don't wait up to the end, because then we can fix for next week. So be open, tell what you think on what we do, okay? The other thing, if you want the certificate, remember, I cannot give it to you if you do not fill that second QR code. If you do not put your name there, if you do not give the explicit consent, I cannot send your name, okay? Please do that, because otherwise I cannot do that for you, because they do not allow me to do that, okay? Remember, next week, you will receive an email from me telling that we'll start 1 hour earlier, and it will be 5 hours, okay, instead of 4. I will send to you, and this additional hour will include the talk with Mark Esposito. That is a fantastic opportunity for all of us to learn also from him, okay? So this is another housekeeping note. Third one. You received several emails from me during this week with saying, hi, welcome, pre-reading, and this. Some of you did not receive because it was bounced due to this demarc and protection and this. If you did not receive a message from me, I would say a more generic one, starting dear, whatever, with the link for the survey and this, please let me know here on the chat so I can find another way to communicate with you, because I need to send it to you, the pre-reading for next week, this homework and everything. So if you didn't hear from me anything, okay, there's something wrong with the messaging to send to you. Maybe I need to change your email or use a different email. So please reach out to me on that, okay? And now, thank you very much, and see you not at 9 anymore, at 8 a.m., okay, Eastern time, okay, Eastern time. So thank you all very, very much. I will stay here for a few more minutes, okay, a few more minutes. If anyone wants to talk to me, now the class is closed now. But if you want to talk to me, the QR code, okay, these are the QR codes and the links are below. If you want to talk to me, if you want to discuss or ask questions, okay, I will stay here for, I would say, more 10 minutes or 15 minutes for those who want to talk specifically or do not want to leave without having the question answered, okay? Can I remove? Okay. I will now remove here. Done. Thank you very much, all of you. See you next week. For those who want to talk, just stay, unmute your mic, and let's talk. Now there is no order. Let's just talk. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ricardo. This was great.
Thank you. Thank you, Carmen.
Very, very helpful.
Like what I love to see now with your new solution that you're adding, the PM Auto, is that then if we look at, I like to think in this whole system framework. If I have I need to be able to see the resources that I have, what's available, what my capacity is, and then based on that, using that to help me build my plan, not only as the project plan to start out with, with the right way of working, but also how is it that I can mitigate any risks based on if I'm using contractors, if I'm, may lose a key player that is not necessarily in the stakeholder register, part of a team, all sorts of things that play in this universe. And I can see it growing, but just for right now, I use it. I love it. I'm lazy. I clean it up. It makes my day. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Bill. This is our ambition also. I don't want to tell you that we'll make it tomorrow. Right now, what we want to put the knowledge and make sure that that green layer is working and it's helpful. Means you have a ChatGPT that will bring not from 5 to 80, but 5 to 90, 95. Yeah. That will make your life easier. The enterprise layer, we are working hard to see which kind of, because when you go to the enterprise layer, Bill, there are so many nuances of each company. The companies that have more information, companies that have less, companies that have this or that, and it's a mess. How we can use this to be trained? So some companies, the companies that did a better process on having their data, organizing their data, they will have more benefit on asking questions, and others are not. But the final goal is not to replace you, Bill, but you to have, I would say, an expert instead of you standing up trying to figure out which book or going. You just go there. For example, you want to prepare a report in your organization, and your organization has templates with the fields you do that, and you press a button and it will be already in your template, and you don't need to think about, well, what is the template? It's already there. This is the aim. Okay, this is the aim. As soon as we have this second layer ready, we are working very hard to have this before the end of the class. Okay, you will be the first to test. Okay, you will be the NEA pigs of that. I'm already testing. Okay, but then you will start testing. We have a small group and we'll grow the group. We have more than 1,500 people waiting to have a chance to use. But what I promise to you, okay, this is why we want to build this community, is to give this access to you first. So as soon as I can, and for those who accepted to receive, if you did not accept and change your mind, just let me know, then I need to send you the form. It's just the bureaucracy of life, okay, that we need to overcome, okay?
I think I'm pretty sure I submitted the form originally.
I can tell you, if you have any doubts, okay, all of you have my email, and just write to me and I send to the team, okay? I send to the team. We are doing this very carefully.
One thing, an outcome, one of my purposes from going through this process, I want to offer complimentary lunch and learns to different companies. And I want to bundle what we're discussing in a positive way. And the last thing I'm going to say at the end, by the way, you've heard of AI?
Oh,
as we know, if you throw in, let's do Agile, they go, no, how about if I can give you solutions and value quicker, and the quality is going to, oh, yeah. Oh, you know about this stuff called, yeah, we're starting to think about using Agile. So you're not freaking them out. You're giving them the value that they're getting. And then you can throw in AI.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So,
I agree.
And I'll keep you posted. I'll let you know how it goes. But I definitely want support on that, because I want to be able to go into companies and actually present the value that's in there for them.
Yeah, but thank you. But now we have, thank you, Bill. Now we have Paolo. Let me just put a line here. Yeah. Paolo, Marina, Sylvie, Omar. Okay, all the four that raised the hands. If anyone wants, just put the hands here. I will try to answer as much as I can. Paolo. I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you. For some reason, you are.
You're still in the call, I see.
I cannot hear you, Paulo. No. If you don't mind, Paulo, I will go to Marina and then I come back to you, okay? Marina.
My question to you, because you're an expert on project management and AI, and you're former CEO or chairman of the PMI. So what is your vision? What is your vision of a combination Scrum, Agile, project management, AI in the next 1 year?
This is, again, first, Marina, I'm talking on behalf of myself, okay? I'm not representing anyone here, just but myself. So it's not because I was chairman of PMI that I have the right to talk on behalf of PMI. But what I see is that the methods are becoming less relevant and other aspects are becoming more relevant, because honestly, if someone who use AI or a tool like the roadmap I did with you with GPT a couple of minutes ago, I don't care if it's using X, Y, or Z. I'm just finding the risks or listing the risks, or I could write even in a very different way. So I think that all these processes will become, I would say, a little bit less relevant. And I think, personally speaking, that methods like Agile and this will, I'm being cautious here, will suffer more than the methods used in construction and this, because the rate of adoption of AI in software development and this is much higher than in other traditional business. So if I was working in the software industry, I would see the challenge in coming more close to me in a software, in an agile approach, than if I was building, for example, like my expertise, building dams or building roads, and that it will happen, but not at the same pace. Okay, this is my view, and I hope PMI is not unaware of that, and that PMI will work also on bringing this to PMI, and this is what is my hope here. Okay, Marina. Paolo, back to you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Sorry about that. So no, mine was a more technical question. So I was thinking that ChatGPT is calibrated based on a set of data. So how can I feed new data? So if I want to, for instance, customize.
No, you don't feed the data. What you do, it's ChatGPT is here. Then you add a new layer of data that use the same tokens, the same appropriation tokens, and do a second layer of training. And this is where, okay, Paolo, the business of Microsoft is. The business of why Microsoft invested $15 billion in OpenAI is not to give it for free or to share subscription of $20 per person. No, it's not. What they want, they want your company, my company, that we buy an Azure machine learning service, OpenAI, that takes the machine of OpenAI and gives you the access to train your own data in the same model. This is exactly where the big business is. This is why Microsoft is building the whole ecosystem. For example, you, Paulo, you can train in the future whatever you want. You can train, for example, I'm a chef. You can take all your recipes and put there and combine and create your chef GPT.
Imagine this scenario, because I work in a research center where we do literally hundreds of scientific publications in the nanotechnology industry. So is the possibility to have like all these in a kind of a virtual expert the potential is huge. But on the other hand, the problem is about data confidentiality. So the question that I was asking, who controls the data? This is extremely critical there. How can I kind of, okay, maybe feeding is not the right word, but how can I enhance the capability to provide feedback in different domains? It's the main question. And how can I control who owns and who accesses the data?
Okay. Let me answer your question in parts. First, your data, that layer, for example, Piemoto, let's use Piemoto again as an example. The layer of Piemoto on the top of GPT belongs to Piemoto. And we have the rights and the license. And this is inside an Azure machine learning service that nobody has access. However, when Omar, when Sylvie, when Wagner go there and do, it used the tokens there, but not the information. It used the tokens and the logical structure there. But I can delete tomorrow one information. I can add additional information using this layer. This belongs to me. And the enterprise layer will be exactly the same on the top of that. For example, the enterprise client will have access to that. I don't have. If the client puts a lot of garbage there, I can, of course, we will help them to avoid doing this kind of thing, but it will belong to them. On your case, I am, please take a note of what I'm saying. I am 120% sure, not 100, that HBR articles will be on this, not on mine. I'm saying HBR will release an application where you ask anything and it brings the whole set of articles. I'm sure every single scientific research journal will have that. You will not search like Google, like how you search in Google. You just write on ChatGPT, for example, I need this, I need this, I need that, press, and it will be done. On another thing, while you were speaking, I just want to tell you, it's side note, there is a ChatGPT for scientific paper that creates a scientific paper out of scratch based on the prompt you provide. Paolo, I don't know if I like that because I write scientific papers, but it's a fact. It's a fact. People are using this to do. I don't know how research will be in the future if this becomes, up to a point that people will not be able to disconnect what is real and what is GPT created. Because GPT created, it's real. It's not just made by you, but it's made by someone else. So it's something for us to think, okay? But this layer, remember, you own the layer. It's like, for example, it's like ChatGPT. This is the fight today. Everybody wants to know what is inside. And then GPT, OpenAI just say, 1 trillion information. But what information? Is my information inside? Oh, we don't know. We don't know. And this is the big fight why Italy blocked ChatGPT. And this is the legal fight that I don't know how it will end. But it is what it is. Okay, thank you. Sylvie.
Hi, quick question. I'm based out of Montreal, Quebec. We need to do everything in French. And I'm pushing forward to kind of take the lead with PMI Montreal so that we don't wait after PMI International in English and then translate this.
Sylvie?
I think she dropped.
Sylvie, we lost you. You said in French and then it stopped. Okay. Can you just repeat that part?
Sorry, yeah. So language requirements, everything has to be produced in French. I'm speaking to PMI Montreal, who speaks to PMI International, because we don't want to wait for the English to come out and then translate, because we're just going to be too behind. So as far as you know, are there any plans to have this done in French? And I'm talking about whether it's your training. I'm meeting with PMI Montreal tomorrow, so we can start the dialogue with PMI International. But to your knowledge, are there any plans?
No, not first. From our side, there is no plan to deliver it in other language than English so far. Okay, we need because you have no idea of the effort that is for us to build this. It's just crazy on the top of everything. So we don't know yet. On the tools, I would say that except author that works only in English, almost all of them, because what happens is most of the languages based on these large language models, they operate in the same way. I'm saying most, not all, but most. So this is why many of them, they have different languages, like QBot, like Grammarly, and like ChatGPT. You can ask ChatGPT mixing languages. Do you know that?
No,
you can mix languages. You can start writing in Portuguese, then change to Spanish, then change to English, and ask the answer in Russian. And you press and you'll see. So this is the language. But in terms of PMI, I cannot say anything. Then it needs to be asked to PMI. Okay. We did, Antonio and I, we will do for you, for this group, next week, the presentation of the results of the survey that are very interesting for you first. And very early September, we'll do a webinar and we'll make it public and widely available for people to download and to use that, okay? To use that. And if you want, Sylvie, I'm already open. If you want to translate it into French, you are more than open to do that. This will be for free, okay? This will be available for anyone that wants. We will produce it in English because we don't have hands, to
that's fine.
do everything.
That's fine.
Okay.
As I said, I'm looking at, how I can get PMI to get involved, but I wanted to make sure there was no other initiative on the side and we were kind of working in silos.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
That's
okay.
Fine.
It's from my side. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Sue. Omar.
Hey, Ricardo, wonderful presentation. Really, all of you guys, Antonio, yourself, Vincent, very nice. Really loved it. Just got, some comments, and then I have a request again. Please, could you put the QR code again, because I missed it. I was doing the other survey and I missed it.
Okay. The QR for the certificate you want?
Yes, please.
I will put not the QR, but I will put the link. You just click the link, okay?
Wonderful, wonderful.
I'm putting it now, okay?
Thank you, thank you. The kind of comment that I have is that all of these apps cost a lot. So that's the downside of for people who don't have a lot of money. So is PM Moto going to be like at the beginning free to test? Yeah. Yes.
Let me answer to you. First, I understand your point, but everybody needs to, to live out of that. So PM Moto, the beta is free. Absolutely zero cost. Of course, I would not say I'm offering you and it's paid. No, it's free for you. But of course, this will be for a limited time. After that, there will be a subscription that you can do or you cannot do. And it's your decision. I don't know the pricing point of that or what will be. This is because right now we're trying to make it work nicely. And then we'll discuss on that. But I have one comment, Omar. I know that they are not, and it depends on where you live and this, but they are, I would say, for some people expensive. But in reality, if you use them, they are not comparing with in the past that we had to buy everything, to buy the software, and then the software updates, you throw away your software and buy a new one, right? And the subscription model, for example, I spend a lot of money on subscription because I need to do I do tests and for example, what I'm happy I continue, what I'm not happy I just stop. But you may think that probably the price for these tools, I'm not saying for PM Moto again, most of them are something between $10 per month and $50 per month. I would say this is, I would say 50 being the very expensive ones, but most of them will be between 10 and 20. I would say most of the ones I said with annual plans that are cheaper, but we don't know. As soon as I have the numbers, I will tell you.
Yeah, the reason why I asked this question is because I work in the aerospace industry, so a lot with Boeing, Airbus, etc. So if I want to show them, because I'm really interested, I actually took time from work today, and I told them, look, I'm going to this class, which is probably going to be one of the first ones in the world. So they were all excited at work. So they are going to be asking me a lot of questions tomorrow morning. The point is, I want to show them. I would like to show them, and in order to show them something, it seems like a lot of things you have to pay for.
But if you want to show, I have all of them. Otter, every single tool except the enterprise ones. You can have a free trial that works for a week, that works for 10 days, that works, of course, for even Otter, it works for 300 minutes. So if you want to use the transcription model to see if it works, you just do it. You just do it. So you can, all of them, including Piemoto, for sure will have a free trial. Okay, this is the business model for software as a service. Okay, you can use it. Wonderful. I put the links for the two QR codes on the chat. Okay.
Okay. Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you one more time for your kind words. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Duncan.
Hi. Just a simple question, actually, Ricardo. You mentioned about the LinkedIn group, but how do we join the LinkedIn group? I don't remember getting a link to it.
Yeah. No, you did. What happened? It's because of GDPR. I sent to you an email to all of you saying access the survey, and then you access a survey where I ask your name, country, and then on the second page say we are planning to use a LinkedIn. Do you authorize us? Yes or no. Put your email. Put your LinkedIn profile. This is all you need to do.
Okay.
If you put yes and put that, what will happen? It's between now. Honestly, I need to be honest. I didn't have time. So I'm planning to do between today and next week to create, because I will create on my LinkedIn account to create the group and send the invitation. So I will add all of you, but I cannot do that if you do not give me this permission. Okay.
No, I feel that.
Yeah. So if you do that, you will receive. So I hope I will have some time Saturday or Sunday to prepare this, and I'll send. And then with everybody on this LinkedIn is not my group. It's our group. You can share whatever you want there. You can say, oh, this course I found, oh, look this, and it's up to you, the participation. We'll just organize. And the idea is that this masterclass survives after next week, and that we have I think we have 65, if I'm not wrong, people here. We have 65 people multiplying that talk. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You know those ChatGPT prompts that you were using in the demo earlier?
Oh, do you want them? Okay, but hold on. This is easier for me to share with you.
You're going to share on chat?
I can share now. I can share now, and of course I can, because then I will record the chat. But hold on here. File. Let me just take the file here, because then at least for you that are here, I will already put. Okay.
Let's share. If you have a word file or something, yeah, exactly.
That's it. So of course you change the way you want that. This I just created. You know what I did? I did on ChatGPT. Then I copied. Say this is good. Okay. Then I put there. Okay? This is how I did that. This is how I did that. So yeah, I'm planning at the conference in Atlanta at PMI. I will be speaking only about prompt engineering for projects. My presentation will be only about customizing prompts for project requests. And this is what I'm working on that, okay? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
JF. I cannot hear you. You're on mute.
First, thank you. I wish all my colleagues had your enthusiasm, because I already have fun, but with that enthusiasm, any topic becomes interesting.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm very fortunate because I love what I do, my friend. I love what I do.
I've been following you for years, so you have
so it doesn't change, and I don't change. I don't change. I'm the same for many years.
Very good, very good. You must be a fun father and husband as well, I'm sure.
Thank you.
I wrote down my question about education. In project, one of my challenges is when key people leave and we have a very short transition, or sometimes not at all, and then we have new people coming in and you have to make the best of them when they know nothing. So the education, you asked about the moonshot before, I was wondering, and it's not to have an answer now, but is AI going to help also to train, to make a personal gap analysis and to follow what is this person coming in knows, what does it need, what this person needs to know, how far are we? So the education side is sometimes left on the side, but it's one of the hurdles I personally feel in many of my projects when I suddenly no longer have the resource that I had yesterday.
JF, first, thank you for your note. But what I need to tell you, this is a challenge. And the problem is that this challenge of changing project managers or project teams, it's mostly because people leave with no trace, right? And this is very bad, because if they leave with a trace, at least you can go on the trace and try to find. But people just leave the project and suddenly you have nothing, right? Zero to do. And I think tools help this, because at least part of key information is stored. First. Second, what I do, it's on every single critical project I'm managing or having, I have the figure of the project manager, but I have someone that acts not fully, but as a deputy, not a deputy with a role, but someone in case there is someone, and this person, it's like a shadow. A shadow, not for all projects, but for some critical specific. I have this shadow. If someone has a problem, the other will not be perfect, but at least during transition, until someone comes, someone that will do that, and this reduce your risk dramatically.
Sure.
And I do that a lot. Now going on the third part of your question, AI. I believe AI will be, tools like PMOto and will be a dramatic mentor of new employees, to speed up new employees, because these new employees, I don't need to learn a tool. I don't need to learn your project management process. Just give me, because if I don't know how to start, do you know what I do? I say, how do I start? This will be my first prompt. And then the prompt will say, you start by reading this, and this document. You start by watching this video. You know, how do I start? You can write like this. I was just hired to this company. Imagine your PMO, your company's PMO. I just write, how do I start? And then it will tell you. So this is magic.
Ricardo, let me add, I love this discussion beyond 1 hour almost from the end of the project today. But I think that AI will, one of the biggest issue in project management is the failure rate. This is something that upsets me like crazy, because okay, you can measure success in different ways, on time, on budget, on objectives, but everywhere you look, performance rate is the poorest profession in the world, 70% failure. And I think beyond the assistant, beyond the coaching, these tools have to serve us to make success of almost every project. This is how I see it. It's not just to make us the work easier or simpler or more effective, it's to be more successful. I think we need to deliver projects on an 80% success rate, not on 30%. So I think these tools and PMO as well should help not just to tell you which tools to use, what's going wrong with this project. And this is what should you be doing. And this is where you need to go. If there's no sponsor, go and talk to the sponsor. If your WS is crap. So it's beyond for me that the system assistant is we need to deliver value successfully faster, and that's how the profession will survive. Otherwise, if we just focus on tools, there will be a tool very soon that does our job. So I think I have a very strong opinion on this. Is we do this to create more value and to be more successful in delivering projects. That's the ultimate goal for me.
That would be a great topic for an upcoming seminar. If not, I think next week the agenda is already packed, but there's a lot to unpack there, like the rate of project management, what causes it. I think that's a seminal insight because, I mean, that's huge. You could do a whole seminar on professions at a crossroads. We can let the machines take over, or we can completely redefine what value is and what we do. And what you're saying is really triggering me because I've worked in consulting firms and marketing technology, managing marketing technology teams for years. And I would hear quite frequently references to certain kinds of projects as having problems and struggling and escalations. And, you know, it just seems to be an inevitable disaster. In some cases, marketing technology is fraught with its own dilemmas and challenges. It's a little outside the scope of this thing. But what you said just really spoke to me, that it's not even just in MarTech, but it sounds like it's across multiple disciplines of project management, multiple domains in project management.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's really interesting.
And we can talk, we can talk next week. I think for me, what's interesting, frustrating at the same time, I would ask all of you and Ricardo, we know why projects fail. We know that it's been researched. Why don't we do anything to stop that? Why don't we have the courage to say, don't launch this project? We missed 3 of the key elements. Let's stop it. So I think this is a topic that I'm fascinated, and I'm writing the HBR book, and Ricardo and I, we discussed that. How can we move also PMauto to go into the value space? So it's something that we know why projects fail. We still do the same mistakes. Why? Is it cultural? Is it that we don't have the courage? There's many things that are there, which I love this topic. I know Ricardo too. So maybe we can squeeze a bit on because next week we talk about the future. So harnessing the future could be a session where we brainstorm all together on this topic. But thank you, Toran. I love the comments.
Yeah, thank you. Now we have Omar and Toran. Omar, you can, yes.
Hey guys. So first of all, let me start by congratulating and thanking you for an excellent workshop. You know, far exceeding my expectations. So thank you again. Thank you. What I really want to understand your perspective on, Ricardo, is often I've heard and read in different forums that are specifically focused on AI and project management, is that eventually we are going to go from a process-driven approach to a data-driven approach. And that sort of is always a mystery to me, what that exactly means, right? So if you could unpack that a bit, I would truly appreciate that.
Yeah, I know that what I see today is that because things are moving so fast, everybody wants to create a new trend on the top of the new trend to create this. What I see is that first, data is always very relevant, and it was always very relevant since the beginning of times. The problem is that in the absence of data, you need to do something. And this is how we manage projects most of our time. Now it's becoming easier to have data. It's becoming easier to organize data. It's becoming easier to store data. Why things like OpenAI were able to do what they did? it's just because it's easier to process, it's easier to store. That 10 years ago, it would be impossible to do that. It means that now companies are more able to have data to support their decisions and to make, I would say, them look forward on that. This is why we're talking about data-driven instead of because process is something that you believe, you have some empirical data to prove, but it's something that you believe it works. If it does not work, you change the process. But data, you have the technical information that will allow you to do that. But Omar, based on my experience, we are in 2023. I work with project management for 25 years. I go to leading companies and I still find a mess on data. And I'm talking not tiny companies, not large companies. And you go there and say, how on earth does this work? You know, I went to a mobile phone recently that I said, I don't know how your phone works. I don't know. I think you make a call, someone just run and connect the cables by hand and hold while you talk, because it's so amateur. And look, I'm talking about billion-dollar, many billion-dollar companies like that. So there is still a gap. And data, there is a gap because people think that data will go against them, because data, if data shows, it shows you did a mistake. So what happens when I'm expert in trouble projects, okay? So I did this, I published many articles about, and one of my main business, it's crisis management on when projects go derail and become a mess. And then they call me, okay? So this is one of, I would say, my main business. And what happens, one of the first indications that things are wrong is the increase of informality and less use of data and less reliance on data. Why? Because if you imagine, if you register everything of your project and it goes wrong, I have all the trail that provoke that problem. But what happens when you see that it will derail? What happens normally? You try to break the evidence that could go against you. And this is natural. This is human beings. So, and this is why data-driven must be much more explored in terms of getting knowledge. Because if we still continue relying on people to feed the data, we'll still have the same problem. One trend that I see, it's maybe AI. And AI with robotics and this like Apple Vision and this will start bringing the data that is non-human captured data. Like, for example, progress of physical work. You know, I can have a camera with the sensors. I did a talk on that with sensors and machine learning that knows and feed the progress. You don't need to tell it's done or not. It's done or not. It's you know, I have a photo, I have all the proof that it's done or not done. It's not someone that comes and says 25%. It's 10%. Did you see? So it's different. So this is how I see this change. But I don't see this change coming at the lightning speed, because many people, remember what Antonio said, this 70% of projects that are going wrong, the thing you sorry for using the word, you hate most is that someone find the data of this. So what you do, you don't, you know, you just try to erase everything because you don't want to show that you were a failure. So there is no track record on that. So this is the challenge we face. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Toran, thank you for being so patient, waiting.
First of all, thank you for this class to you and Antonio. I really appreciate it. And thank you for going extra mile for staying. And I hope you don't work 24/7. I did listen to your podcast about burned out. And about your trip in England, and I was really concerned, and I sent you prayers.
Thank
what
you.
I want, what I want to ask that we can talk about it later, but I just wanted to bring it. It's not about AI so much, but your expertise with what we do with project management. It is a big pain point as far as all these tools that we have, Trello and Asana, Monday, OneNote, and Evernote. People ask me, hey, you're a project manager and you know what you're doing, so how do you keep everything together? And I don't have an answer myself. So I wanted to know if there is your expert opinion of a tool that can put everything together. Right now I use Smartsheet, OneNote, and I do have one thing that I do have is one calendar for everything. So that I have accomplished, but not every one of those tools have the capability of putting everything in one place.
Let me see first. Thank you very much for your note. Yes, I work a lot. I work more than I should work. Okay, and this is a problem that I'm trying to manage here. But thank you on that. On your comment, I want just to understand when you say everything, what do you mean? Are you talking about your time and your project and your daily routine, or you're talking about your company with 25 different projects happening? Just for my
talking about my ward or my executive ward that she asked me, what tool do you use? You're expert in a project manager, and I can't tell people who ask me, they expect me to know because I'm project manager, so I'm organized and they see me doing excellent work, but then I don't have that answer for them for the tool.
No, I got it. I got it. So let me show you my experience. Okay, this is absolutely personal. Okay, just for you to understand how my mind works on when I'm talking. Now I'm talking about Ricardo's time. Okay, I'm not talking about the company or corporate time. But I'm talking about how do you keep track of these 25 different things on that. So let me show you, if you allow me. Let me just open. Antonio, maybe do you want to say something before? I'm just opening some files here before I share.
Very quickly, Tor, my experience is less is more. So it's everything in project management is less is more. Tools, documents and milestones and I think we've been forced to go to more is better, right, on everything, and I think that the challenge for me and what I've learned is that less is more, and I think what people want to know. And one thing that I find very interesting, not to solve your problem, but one of the biggest challenges in a project is that we don't have benefit maps. No, all our plans are on deliverables, but people don't care about deliverables. People care about benefits. And where is the benefit maps that we need to use to share with our stakeholders? There's nothing. And so I think that there's gaps in the current way we look at projects that we need to rethink. That's why a lot of the work that I do and Ricardo is about reinventing project management to be more impactful in terms of tools. I try to keep it very simple, very simple. I think Ricardo will share what he has, but I prefer to avoid these big tools, Trello, and because it's like a rabbit holes everywhere. And
that's the reason I'm asking to make things simple and use one tool, not have different tools because they have different functionalities. And exactly.
Yeah, now I think I'm ready to show. If you allow me, I need 5 minutes to explain that, because it's the process on how my mind works is a little bit different. So I'm saying first I have one thing, just to explain the logic behind this. I have this. This is my strategic map. Okay, this is a personal one. Okay, this is my personal map. So it's where I want to take my life and what I want, what excites me, and I break this down. Then after doing that, I built something like this that I will show. Let me just give a share here. Then I do this. This is how I select the projects I will do, okay? So this is a tool, this is an Adobe tool, and just because I like it, okay? It's Adobe, let me just increase here so you can see. This is a tool. So this is what I do. Every single post-it that you see is an idea, okay? All these post-its. This can be a small project, can be a large project. This, it's important, a low benefit, high benefit, low cost, high cost, okay? These are terrible options, means they do not add anything and they cost a lot. These are excellent options, okay? So this is the generic one, okay? Every single post-it has a meaning and it's a project. These are tiny projects, okay? These are very hard projects for me to do, okay? Then I decide, for example, I took this. Every year, I decided what I will do in the year. So this is the plan for the year. So everything that disappeared here was just excluded, okay? For example, things that I will not do. And then I do this checkup every year. Every single post-it of this is then a project. Then I have the only tool, this is InDesign, okay? I do this, you can use Mural, whatever. This is what I do. But then I want to share the other one that takes care of my routine work, okay? That is this. This is called OmniFocus, okay? OmniFocus. This takes care of all my routine. This is what I need to do this week. Semana means week. These are my projects. Every single post-it you saw there, it's here, okay? Every single post-it there. So the post-it of the MasterClass is here. Everything I do, MasterClass, AI, articles, research, everything. So I keep track. So every Sunday night or Monday, I do my to-do list of the week. So I need, for example, to record the podcast, record this, check the invoices for some of you, because I need to approve the invoice, some specific invoice that each of you need. So I organize this and I keep track on that. The tool I'm putting here on the OmniFocus. And I use it for a long time. But honestly, Turan, I think the biggest challenge is not the tool. It's your discipline to keep track of everything, and your discipline to say no, to say yes. I'm saying your means our discipline. And I am extremely pragmatic and extremely organized. Okay. And this is something that is for my benefit. I am paranoid. If you come to my office now and open any drawer here, it's organized. There is nothing except what is in my table, because I cannot operate in the chaos. I cannot. I just, you know, it's my way. So, and I teach it many of my friends how to use OmniFocus, and this 99% of them did not use. Why? It's not because the tool is not good. It's just because they don't have the discipline to do every single thing I do. It's on my calendar or my OmniFocus. So I know exactly what I need to do. For example, I didn't have time to write while in the class. So I wrote all of the items here. As soon as I press end here, I will put this everything. And this is all synchronized with my iPad, my iPhone, and everything. And I keep track everything I need to do on that specific week. So this is how I keep track. And this is personal time, okay? But I know how to use Trello because I have clients that use Trello. I have clients that use Monday. I have clients that use Jira. I have clients that use Project and APM. Then you need to learn how to do that. But then what I do, everything for me is on my OmniFocus. Everything for me. So everything, I import everything and I know exactly what I need to do. And I track this every week. Every week, I track what I need to do in the upcoming week. Every month, I do a thinking about the benefit, as Antonio said, what is my strategic direction? And every quarter, I do a little bit deep dive on AI, for example, because I did my planning in November of what I would do in 2023. And this masterclass was not there. But what happened? Something emerged like AI that I had to stop several projects and redo other projects. So some projects that were not viable became viable. And then I had just to be flexible on that. Okay.
Thank you so much. I will look into that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, OmniFocus, okay? This is a tool, and it uses a technique called GTD, or Getting
Things Done.
Yeah, from David Allen. And I use GTD since 2006, 7. Yeah, long. It's so long that I don't even remember that. It's always internalized in myself. Okay.
OmniFocus has a competitor now.
Yes, they have several things. There is another one called Things, and this. Why to-do list? Yeah, there is a lot. I use OmniFocus because it's powerful and because I'm very used to use. So it's something that my learning curve, I reach it, the perfection. And then why I should change if there is no benefit, So I'm using when something new happens, maybe I will change. But right now, and I have, honestly, just to give you an idea, another day someone asked me, I have around 3,000 to 3,500 tasks every year on this tool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just for you to have an idea. If I need to call Antonio, if I need to talk to Antonio, if I need to discuss with Antonio, everything is there. Then my brain is empty. I'm saying I just need to look there, and the first time in the morning I look, first time before sleep, I put every time I'm ready. This is the tool where I keep everything. It's one unified tool. But this is for
it takes attachments as well, right? Okay.
Yes, everything.
Thank you.
It's great for me. For example, my wife, I'm married for 28 years. My wife thinks I'm crazy. Okay. Yeah. It didn't work.
My family think I'm crazy, but they always go to me for organizing them.
It's not one size fits all. This was the solution that worked for me, and I'm very well doing that. Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else? Any final comments? Wagner knows me for so many years. Wagner knows me. You know that is true, right?
Good to see you.
Wagner knows me for so many years. He knows that it's not just I walk the talk, right?
Very happy to see you, Antonio.
Yeah, Wagner.
Look. Any other comments? Anyone wants to make a final comment?
I just wanted to say it's been very one of the things that you guys bring. I really appreciate is a more international, global flavor to things. That I was so excited to discover you, Ricardo, because I'm Brazilian too, and I've been in the US for years. And, just to find other project managers who are international or global is so encouraging to me. You are obviously doing very much, you guys are doing your part to raise that part of the discussion. But I really feel that PMI International could infuse some new life into that. I think we need to build more of the global aspect of the profession. So I just wanted to mention that. It's just so much fun to
It's nice to have this global dive. I was so happy when I saw the registrations and people coming from everywhere, and I said, "Oh, this is fantastic," because for us, it's not one size fits all. Maybe what works for me does not work for some of you. Yeah. Look, Antonio, any final words before we close?
For me, it's been really tough to put this thing together. We knew that you are all experts, and it's hard to teach you new things. And we really were tough in developing this for maybe a month already. And I'm just very, very pleased. I hope you too, but I really enjoy the 5 hours or whatever. And I learned, and I'm just so like a job well done. I'm sure there are things to improve, but today feels good, and I can't wait to see you next week. It's just I'm going to shut down, and I will be thinking about you
And remember one thing. Remember one thing. It's next week. It's 1 hour earlier. It's 8 o'clock. Okay. Okay. Just to make sure. Okay. So thank you very much. Okay. Enjoy the rest of your week. Okay, and see you all next week. Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Thank you so much. Bye.